apologize for the episode dropping. I was out doing important things.
Your name is not LeBron.
Other than that,
seems like a bad idea, right? I mean, that's it. There's one person on this planet that maybe reasonably can throw himself into the same conversation as that man's name, and frankly, Dwayne Wade wouldn't be on the list. It's a very short list. Again, it's LeBron James, and that's it. And so, Dwayne Wade, I get the confidence. I get that everyone thinks that they're going to be the best. Is there any part of you, even though his career started off the way that it did, is there any part of you that feels like if he didn't dislocate his shoulder in 2006 and didn't have the knee injury in 2007, that Dwayne Wade would have been the greatest to have ever played the game, or even would have been the greatest of his generation, so would have been better than LeBron?
It was actually the other way around, for argument's sake. It was the knee in 05, and it was the shoulder in 7. I'm just saying. And it was the shoulder in 7. I'm just saying. I'm saying. No one would have thought that. But again, like, I'll harp back on the point. After his third year, because the first big injury came in the fourth year. But after 3 years, after his first 3 years in the league, Dwayne Wade, he was already an NBA champion. He had Shaq next to him at that point. He was a finals MVP, and we were having conversations in also a final performance better than any that Michael Jordan ever had in his 6 championship wins. He probably thought at that point, Amber, especially because he's still playing with Shaq. Remember, Dwayne Wade is making that comment that we just heard on Carmelo Anthony's podcast. He is talking from the perspective of that age, at that time, way back then. So if you just finished your third year in the league, you're already a champion, you're already a finals MVP with an historic finals performance, and you're playing with Shaq, don't you think that you're on a trajectory to win multiple champions? Like, you're about to go on a run.
Well, he did. He did win multiple championships, not with that.
Yeah, but he had to wait 6 more years. Right. He had to wait 6 more years. But at that point,
he would have been correct that in your life you're going to win multiple NBA titles. But multiple ain't what I mean. There's multiple, and then there's Jordan, right?
Yeah, no, I understand.
There's multiple, and there's Bill Russell. I mean, there's multiple. Like, there's levels to this thing in terms of the ring collection, and that's the reality of the situation. And again, I understand what you're saying in terms of the confidence. It's when, I think what you're saying essentially is when your career starts out that hot, then you think it's just going to continue.
It's like, I'm going to do a lot of this. I'm going to do a lot of it. I'm going to do a lot of it, and I'm really young. Yeah.
And life comes at you fast, and that's true, and I understand that, but also, that was just that perspective, because I don't know of anybody else. Were you having legitimate conversations? Because I was not on the air with you back then. I mean, you were at 790, the ticket, early in Dwayne Wade's career. Were you having conversations on air and around that building and your host, when you were a producer, about him being Michael Jordan? Not the best player in the league, about him turning into Michael Jordan.
No, not about him turning into Michael Jordan, but the conversation we're having is, who is the best player in the league? Dwayne Wade or Kobe Bryant. That is the conversations we were having.
Right, and that feels a bit more reasonable to me at the time. And then, of course, enter LeBron James, and the conversation ends up changing. But from the time that LeBron walked into the league, the conversation was him and Michael Jordan, right? And I just don't feel like with Dwayne Wade, he was ever part of that comparison, frankly, even when things were going so brilliantly for him early on. But he's not the only one that did this recently. He's not the only one that has that same confidence in himself. A guy who's still playing basketball feels like that he would have been that had it not been for injuries. Joel Embiid, the New York Times just did a feature on him. Joel Embiid told the New York Times, I think I'm that talented. If you think about it, the thing that stopped me all these years is just freak injuries. Every single playoffs, regular season, people falling on my knee or breaking my face twice, it's always freak injuries at the wrong time. Otherwise, he thinks that he would have been the greatest to have ever done it. Zaza, what are we doing? I'm right.
Joel, can you win more than one playoff series in a season?
Quite literally. I mean, can you get out of the first round, buddy, before we start talking about the greatest to have ever done it?
I mean, you think you could be the greatest ever. Joel, you've never even been to a conference final. I mean, come on. You know, it's going to be excuse after excuse. I understand the injuries, all right, but that's quite the extreme, going from a guy who can't get out of the second round of the playoffs. Been like 10 years. can't get out of the second round of the playoffs, so you think that you could have been the greatest of all time? Joel, take a step back.
I mean,
yeah, Joel,
the
just shut
confidence
up.
is remarkable. I envy the confidence.
Really...
The confidence is truly remarkable. But Joel, you're making these comments when you haven't done any of the winning, and I get injuries have factored in. You haven't done any of the winning, even when you've been out there. You haven't done any of the winning in the postseason. I mean, at least with D Wade, he's having that mindset after winning a championship with Shaq early in his career. Joel,
greatest all-time
you've had some time. Coming up next, we've got plenty more to unpack here on ESPN Radio while we recover from that.
Ah yes, the magnificent Trolley Sour Bright Crawler, also known as Trollicus brightolus. The worm's captivating neon colour makes it an easy gummy prey.
Trolley!
It's a surprisingly sour, invitingly chewy, staggeringly snackable species unlike anything else found on this
this is loud.
Delicious. Visit trolley.com to shop now.
Trolley, eat me!
Bring glory home in EA Sports College Football 25. Experience the decibel-shaking soundscape of college football, putting you inside the stadium alongside iconic rituals and traditions. Test your strategic decision-making with an all-new composure system, player wear and tear, and screen-shaking home field advantages. Learn more about the MVP bundle, which also includes EA Sports Madden NFL 25 and campus at EA.com/college bundle.
It's so loud.
I don't know if I'm ready to guess. I feel like at some point here we have to make our guesses for Tunes Tuesday.
I'm not going to get this one.
You have like 10 minutes to figure it out. Just think real hard, okay?
All right. Well, Rachel
Yeah,
has to recap all the songs at some point.
Yeah.
Are we going to wait to do that?
Yeah, we'll do it in the next segment.
Okay.
In
So
about 12 minutes.
12 minutes
13
from now.
maybe.
All right. 13 minutes from now.
Maybe 15, I don't know.
All right, you're moving the goalpost a lot here. 15 minutes from now, you're going to want to stay tuned because we will reveal what Tunes Tuesday has been about, what the music theme has been tonight on Amber and Ian. Jonathan Dazzle has been filling in for Ian tonight. Amber and Ian is presented to you by Progressive Insurance. What do we do at this time? The totally original segment no one has ever thought of before. We find out what is a big deal and what is not a big deal.
It's making headlines.
Oh boy, you fucked up.
But is it a big deal or not a big deal with Amber and
Okay.
Ian?
And our producer, James Steele. Hello, James.
Hi, everybody. So...
Hey, James.
Hi. Hey guys. Paul Skeens picked up his first loss tonight. He was
Ooh, he
awesome.
sucks now.
He was awesome. He went 8 and a third innings.
Failure.
Gave up... No, it's not him that's the failure. Gave up 4 hits, 2 runs, had 8 strikeouts.
Could he give up just 1 run?
6
Give him
and
a
1.
couple outs there.
Yeah, 4 in 8 and a third innings. Listen, you could say all the bad things.
One of those runs were the 9th. Sounds like a choke to me.
All right. The Pirates are terrible. Paul Skeens is really good.
Well, he's still out there in the
6 and 1. Yeah, it's crazy. It was only
we can't let him go after a no-no, but we're gonna have him out there in the 9th and the loss.
He was pretty efficient tonight. He went into the 9th with less than 100 pitches, so that's the reason why he went back out there. It was 1-1.
Efficient at losing is what he's efficient at.
Got into some trouble and couldn't get out of it. He's 6-1 now, 1.93 ERA. Had just 8 strikeouts tonight. Big deal, not a big deal, is that Paul Skeens picks up his first loss of the season.
I'm going big deal. He gave up a run in the 9th inning. He gets his first loss of the season. I feel like it can only be downhill from here, Amber Wilson. I'll go big deal.
That's the thing, is there's only one way to go when you're at the top, and your first loss can lead to a slippery slope of losses. Presumably, there will be more losses in his career. That's pretty much a fact. That's hard to argue with. So this is the first of many, no matter how good he ends up being. So yeah, it's a big deal. Slippery slope, James. Do you feel also, is this a Pirates effect? Like, do you feel like it's, as a Pirates fan, do you feel like of course, this is where the skid starts happening?
So I was bullied today via text message into betting on a Pirate future of them making the playoffs.
Oh, you fell for the rope-a-dope.
By producer producers Ryan Matlack and Nick Cardi, and it figures
they're only a game back.
Yeah, I mean it figures
Dang.
that I do that, and then Paul Skeens gets his
right on top, and that'll do it.
So,
Yeah, that sounds right.
Listen, I'm
So
pretty.
really, this is your fault.
Listen, my expectations are tempered because I know what happens here in 4 or 5 seasons whenever he is set to get paid. And
You always say that, but that's like in 4 or 5 seasons. Like, all right. I mean, what? You can't enjoy the ride until then? It's not exactly next season or tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're gonna have this kid for a while.
Yeah, I get it. But I also know, like, I got it.
Yeah, it's trying to stay in bounds. The clock will run.
And they went to 3 straight wild card.
Clock should still be running because I went out bounds backwards, but okay.
25 seasons. It was awesome. I was so in. I was so invested. And then, they won 97 games, and the next year they were like, it's gonna be a bridge year. And they haven't been good since. So, like, I know where this is going. I'm not going to, like, it broke my heart. I was sad for years about it. I was way angrier than I am now about it a couple years ago. And so that's it. I just know where it goes. Like, why should I get invested in that? When I know what's going to happen. Where Paul Skeens is going to get paid $50 million.
Whoa! I'm winning the game!
Set to be paid like $50 or $60 million a year.
This is a real pick-me-up for Pirates and Paul Skeens.
Do you want to talk about he's probably going to have Tommy Johns in the next few years, too? Because the Harvey
he's crazy with the war. Maybe he's going to be immune to it. But anyway.
Well, they say he has less usage, too, at the lower levels then.
So, but I know where this is going, so I'm not gonna get super invested in it. I'll enjoy it if they're good.
Real glass half full kind of approach. All right.
Glass like pretty much empty is my approach. That's how I am.
See, people think I'm being mean when I say James Steele loves misery.
Yeah, I hate everything.
Oh no,
pretty much everything.
No, it's fairly obvious. He's wearing it.
Exactly.
Listen, my heart was broken. The Pirates have broken my heart.
Well,
I just haven't recovered. As the 49ers reported for training camp on Tuesday,
600 yards,
again reiterated that wide receiver Brandon Ayuk remains in the team's plans. Despite his recent trade request, we fully intend on Brandon being a Niner moving forward. We're always open to listen to things, but like I said, we expect Brandon to be an integral part of our team.
Middle.
He's been excited about that. After an offseason of contract negotiations, contract extension, Ayuk formally requested a trade last week. But the Niners have been
Middle's in the zone, and that'll do it.
2024. He did report to camp, so I don't know what's happening there, but he's there. They intend to keep him still. That's what they say. And a big deal, not a big deal.
Okay, so this is actually a big deal because if you actually listen to the sound from today with John Lynch, the tone was unusual. I took it as unusual, because I've been thinking this whole time, there's no way that they're going to trade away Brandon.
All I need is one more yard and I can just nail the ball out.
They do. They're trying to win another Super Bowl this season. Even if you're not going to pay him, you keep him around, right? And then you worry about it after that because of the position they're in terms of what they're going after. And because they basically have the power in this situation. He doesn't have a no trade clause. He doesn't have a no franchise tag, all of that stuff that we talk about when it comes to, say, a Dak Prescott type, right? So I've been under the impression that they're not going to move on from him. Fine, that's what John Lynch is saying here. But at the same time, if you listen to the sound, even in that quote that James just gave you, he said, we're always open to listening to stuff, right? He threw that in there, even though he kept saying, we're planning to move forward with Ayuk. And then he was directly asked by a reporter about the fact that when Bosa was up for his extension, John Lynch was willing to say, no, that's never happening. We're absolutely not trading him away. We're not listening to any offers or whatever. And he was unwilling to say that. Even when he was directly asked about it with Ayuk, he was like, yeah, well, I felt that way at the time about Bosa. He was very obviously unwilling to go that next step with Brandon Ayuk. I thought that was interesting, Zaz, because that actually left me believing that there is some room for negotiation in terms of other teams fielding offers, seeing what else is out there, that maybe at some point they would consider moving on from him, which I was a bit surprised by at this point.
Amber, I totally thought the same thing. If you had asked me a couple days ago, I had the impression that, all right, Brandon Ayuk, he would like a trade, and they're like, okay, we'll see you when camp open up next week. Doesn't matter to us. You're not going anywhere. and there was a lot of
user alert. Let's go.
It's right there. I could see a scenario now where they wind.
And that was great too. Let's go.
Why can't they essentially do?
And I was already back there
with Matthew Stafford, right? Where it's just
we're gonna give
you a little bit more money for this year, and then we're gonna kind of kick the can down the road. Now, I don't know what their cap situation is exactly. Maybe there is no money left available. But if there were, why can't they just guarantee him more money?
Go back up to the TV tomorrow and redo the test.
You're not going anywhere. But we do want you to be happy. We know you're underpaid. We're not ready to talk about an extension yet, but we are going to give you more money right now, and let's deal with this at a later date. Like, why can't they do that?
Well, Brandon Ayuk is 26 years old. Matthew Stafford is 36 years old, right? Difference, obviously, different positions, all that sort of stuff. But the real issue here is that Brandon Ayuk wants an extension, not just because he wants the money this season. Because, frankly, he's getting paid.
Oh my gosh! Blocking!
Security.
Spectacular! Deep throat jumping!
Like, alright, so you're gonna toss me.
That's exactly what I needed for now.
Extension.
You get it?
It's a little different.
Really?
Stafford, who's under contract either way through 2026. And again, 36. So Stafford's like,
this is a
now, you know. The retool is easy.
What the fuck with that?
26-year-old. And when Ayuk's seen the wide receiver market
places
that it has gone to, he's underpaid essentially at that position on a per annual.
We've eliminated the Buccaneers from playoff contention.
That I'm suggesting. Ayuk, like the Browns gave Amari Cooper today an extra, they guaranteed him the $20 million that left on his contract that wasn't necessarily guaranteed. He's getting an extra $5 million raise in incentives, and he's still going into. Now I know he's not as young as 26. I think he's a few years older than that, but he is still. Going
I got $8 left. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but he is still going to the final year of his contract, Amari Cooper, and he definitely wants one more contract. Well, the Browns, they're not giving him a long-term contract right now. They're going to kick that can down the road, but to make the player happy, they just gave him a bit more money right now. I feel like they could do that with Ayuk. I don't know.
But is that going to make him happy? Because, I mean, the whole issue here, again, is after the season, right? Like, is that going to make him happy? He wants him back.
All right, you're welcome, Mom.
Just a little bit more now. So I don't know if that keeps him happy. It doesn't seem like he's holding out either way. So I don't know what the situation is, but I did think that was interesting. The tone of it from John Lynch.
I picked up on that too.
Yeah, all of a sudden I'm starting to think, okay, so maybe they are kind of open for business a little bit. I'm not suggesting that he's going to get traded, but maybe it's a little bit more plausible than
I can see it now.
I had originally thought it would be. James?
Yeah, I have one more real quick. This is something my wife can't stop
talking
about. She's told me about it like 100 times in the past couple days. Celine Dion is expected to make her return with a performance at the opening ceremony for the Paris Olympics this Friday.
Well, first, you see what's in the account first.
Not a big deal. Celine Dion making a comeback.
That's okay. Well, I don't know if she's making a comeback.
I think this is like the second most she's ever had me cash out for her. I think like 2 years ago she asked me to cash up her, cash out Tony to cash out her $280. I think.
Right, so she's been very sick. So that's one of the reasons that she hasn't been performing and she hasn't been partaking in music. She also has she performed much since she lost her husband those years ago? I don't know. I know she buried a husband. The father of her children and all of that, and then she had stiff person syndrome. So Celine Dion's been through it. I would say overall, yeah, it's a big deal. Obviously, she's a phenomenal singer, phenomenal voice. I mean, I dare you to say something different than that, James. Dare you?
No, she was supposed to tour a couple of years ago. My wife was going to go with one of her friends in Pittsburgh. It kept getting canceled. I think first it was COVID, and then there was a couple other times, but she couldn't do it because she was sick. She kept saying it was the flu, but it was this stiff person syndrome. Lisa says that there's a documentary out about it right now, and it's phenomenal, I guess. So something to watch.
Lisa also strikes me as somebody who thinks like everything regarding Celine Dion is
money has been sent.
Did you go to a Celine Dion concert once, if I recall?
She didn't make me.
Oh, right. That was your decision.
I did because I love her.
Right.
And I got her. It was a. There was a wedding present.
Is that the one show you went to that you're like embarrassed to tell people you went to?
Don't destroy what Keela did.
I don't think I'm embarrassed because I did it for my wife.
He's saying all the right things.
Because I love her.
Tuned in right now.
You're saying it with a lot of bass in your voice.
Because I love her. That was like the second or third I love her that he hit us with.
I wouldn't have done it otherwise, that's for sure. But, you know, I mean, I didn't, you know, enjoy it a lot.
It's a little embarrassing.
But it's fine. She loved it. She still talks about it, and she wanted to go see her again. So
I'm sure she's phenomenal.
Anytime, you know, I don't mind helping out with anything.
I'm sure she's phenomenal in person. I'm sure her concerts are pretty phenomenal, obviously. Her voice is top notch.
You with anything at all.
On Amber and Ian. That's all I got. On Celine Dion. She's phenomenal, Zaz. I mean, I don't know. Nobody's gonna argue with that, right?
I'm not gonna say anything negative. You're not getting that.
No one's gonna say a damn thing negative about Celine Dion. Coming up next, Tunes Tuesday, it will be revealed. Plus also, is Zazzle Un-American? That's on next year on ESPN Radio.
Tunes Tuesday.
No X Factor? What?
So this is part of Tunes Tuesday. Apparently this is the last song in Tunes Tuesday as Rachel Robinson, our associate producer, is cracking herself up with this submission for Tunes Tuesday. So every Tuesday when Rachel is in, we have a music theme that she chooses, and she plays music all throughout the show, and we're supposed to guess at the end of the show. Here on Amber and Ian, Zazzle is filling in for Ian tonight. We're supposed to guess what the musical theme was, and it becomes increasingly more difficult because also it's hard to just even pay attention to
I have not done a
when
good
you're
job
doing a
tonight.
sports radio show. It's very, very hard, frankly. So Rachel, why don't you give us a quick recap of the songs that we have heard?
Alright, so I do need you guys to know before I get into the list that the only reason that this is the theme for tonight is because I wanted to replay 2 of the songs from last night, and it is a little more complicated than I expected it to be because our esteemed
Let's go. 3 overall boosts from my boy Enrique Romero.
you guys, so if you don't get it.
Yeah, for that Latin flavor.
Alright, so we started out with Pharrell with Who's Happy. Then we went Jay-Z, Alicia Keys, Empire, State of Mind. Bob Marley's Don't Worry, Be Happy. CCR, don't know why I couldn't read that. Have You Ever Seen the Rain? Frozen, Let It Go. Prince, Purple Rain. Luke Combs, Ain't No Lovin' Oklahoma. Miranda Lambert, I Ain't in Kansas Anymore. Remember, those were from Twister. That has nothing to do with it. I just want to mention that as many times as possible. And finally, we have the one and only Animaniacs, the Capitals song. What do you guys got for me?
Go ahead, Zazzle. Save us.
I got
Take
nothing.
it away.
I got nothing. I don't know. I got nothing.
City.
It's too hard.
I thought for a while there you were going for a rain theme because of Purple Rain, and then there's rain references. There's numerous weather references in all of the songs that she was playing.
Oh, wow.
And so I thought it was like a weather or like rain theme for a little bit, and then the last few songs didn't have any weather references, so that can't be it. There was a moment there where I thought it was a state of mind type thing. Like a mental thing, like a state of mind.
Okay, so if you take that sentence you just said and put it together with the last 3 songs...
I'm 3-1 so far. Let's see if I can make it 7-1 after these next 3 games.
A New York State of Mind?
Well, that was the name of one of the songs.
But that's only one of the songs.
You're so close.
Like a big city state of mind? New York State of Mind's an actual phrase. Like, I don't...
Alright,
capital state of mind.
The theme was states.
That's it?
States.
Just
state
states.
of mind.
So we did State of Mind for the first hour.
Why is he on the roster when he's on the practice squad?
So we did Rain because it's raining, and then Frozen.
Wow.
Let It Go. Yeah, it was really deep today.
Yeah,
and then
Naga wanted us
oh
to
my
have 0
God, this
chance
is stinking.
of guessing this problem.
I hope he's proud of himself.
And then we had Oklahoma, Kansas, and then obviously the states and their capitals.
Yeah, like the actual states, those would have been, if we had just gone with an actual state theme the whole show, I think Zazzle and I would have gotten it, frankly, but throwing it...
Too easy, guys. It was too easy.
Plus, also,
didn't realize
substances. I mean, what? It's chemistry class all of a sudden. What are we doing?
I didn't realize we were working with a Riddler. I mean,
if it makes you feel better, I'll really pull the curtain back here. After the first second song, I think you're not gonna text me to see if I had changed the theme.
That's
He
it.
didn't know what it was.
He
so
forgot
hard.
his own theme.
Yeah, it was so hard. He suggested it, And then he forgot about it.
Because, I mean, liquid. I mean, rain? Like, I'm supposed to guess it's a state of, like, what?
I mean, come to work here. I'm doing a radio show. I gotta also do a puzzle in the middle.
Right, you have to do a riddle. You have to figure out a riddle in the middle of us doing a sports radio show where we're also responsible for everything that's happened in sports across the entire nation over the last 24 hours.
But hold on, let me also stop and solve a crime while we're at it. I mean, it's too much.
SVU was on earlier. We could have given you a crime to solve.
I mean, that
was a
you would have an easier time solving a crime. I was almost there.
Yes, and moral boosters actually 65 world. Yeah.
You guys, once you go to full chemistry lab,
break it up. Break it up. Break it up.
Terrible.
That's really bad.
Hard.
Oh my goodness. I don't even know if I have time to get into this whole Summer League championship. I mean, I guess we got to give it a little time here.
Oh, that was exciting last night, right after we got off the air. I was into it last night, Amber Wilson. Summer League champs, hang up that banner.
Yeah, hang up the banner, put it in the rafters. The Miami Heat, once again, are the best. They are the Summer League champions. They make a big
deal out of the
G League team if you're the Heat.
I was into it. And you know what can I tell you? Can I say, in all seriousness, so the game goes to overtime, all right? And they don't do an extra 5 minutes in the Summer League. They do that Elam ending, where there's a target score. So they add 7 points, and it's the first team to get to the added 7 points. So you're guaranteed a game winner, you know? And so the Heat second-round pick, Pelle Larsson, ended up hitting a runner, and that was the game winner, and they won by 2. It was a great finish. I think this Elam ending, I think that's something they should consider strongly for the regular season. Amber, 5 more minutes in a regular season game, you're adding a half a quarter. It's too much. I would consider adding that for the regular, not playoffs, for the regular season. I would do it. I consider it. It's exciting. You get a game winner every time.
Target score.
Yeah.
What are we, children? Come on, you're grown ass man.
Yeah. But Miami Heat champs once again.
Now let's switch over to the Dan Levitar show. I hate the fact that some of these shows are so goddamn loud. And I'm like, I'm not trying to be loud myself, but shit, I have the screen over my fucking show. I'm like, yeah, I do. You motherfuckers are crazy. What are y'all here? Against the Osprey. Content warning. Segment 1 concludes discussion of sexual misconduct, sexual assault. If you or a loved one have ever been a victim of sexual assault, you're not alone. Call the National Sexual Assault Hotline at 1-800-656-4673. And then it sticks around. We did a difficult discussion on both the new Leo C.K. and the Kevin Spacey doc, detailing how both men sexually assaulted their victims. Ugh. Gross. Ugh. Same really says on the story. Secure, why they will not? We doing he's been paid 18 to not work for the company. Shit. And Wendy's did that shit for me. You know what? My ass is going to Canada easily. If they paid out 2 years worth of my salary for me to not work, shit, I'll do that in a heartbeat. Yes. They don't want me there any fucking way. I'm bored. How do you go from a millionaire to broke? If I was a millionaire, I would know not to put that much money and not to use it. I would put like 780,000 of 20. And only use that 780, like use a little bit of that 780, because I know right now I tend to spend too much money on Grubhub. Sorry, I know I'm not sponsored, but I'm just saying it. I gotta be honest with y'all. I can't be faking it.
Cancel unwanted subscriptions for you, saving you an average of $200.
Is Matt Sullivan in New York sending you guys any of the commentary, the running commentary on Stugatz's appearances on WFAN? Because he sent
WFAT. Ow.
Not this morning. I haven't gotten anything this morning.
Not this morning. Zaslow is here sitting in for Stugatz.
Sounds like we have a snitch amongst us.
Well, Matt Sullivan is just sending the commentary. When is Boomer Esiason coming back? This Stugatz is the pits. That's from Anthony D. Domenico, which is exactly who it should be from in New York. They want their Hard Knocks talk. They want their hosts informed, and I think Stugatz is taking for granted the idea that you can't just go on in New York and do the show the way he's been doing it here for years, where you just try to fake your way through it.
I feel like anytime you call someone this Stugatz, that's very insulting.
I talked to him yesterday.
Shut up, sad as well. You say some really insulting shit too, so don't act like you can be in the clear by your damn self.
I think he's pulling one over on them more than he is on us. I think this is a fun little summer camp trip for him. Just going out there. Nice situation that they've allowed him to. He's just gonna come back and laugh all about this.
I forgot I had that damn alarm. Praying time to work.
Terrible to listen to. He's gonna laugh at. He is there for another 2 days. This is tough. I want Gio's perspective on the Mets, Yankees, and Hard Knocks, and then I try to mute out Stugatz. Whose idea was it to pick him over anyone else on the fan?
Well, in fairness, they said maybe 2 days, maybe 1 day. I think because I don't think he was committal to doing a full. Tuesday through Friday. I was going to say a full week, but it's not even a full week because Monday was missing.
I did not tune in this morning. I got my fix yesterday. I was just like, I'm not doing that again on the drive-in. Oh. But I got in and I asked Taylor, I'm like, what's he, because I know Taylor listens to that show just regularly. I go, Taylor, what's he saying today? And he's like, he was saying stuff about the Yankees, and I know he hasn't watched a game all year, so I had to turn it off.
Taylor's pissed. Now that we've outed him, I'll just tell you, I had a conversation with Taylor when I came in. He goes, I gotta tell you something. The last thing I want to hear is a guy who hasn't watched the Yankees all season tell me to calm down.
That's a pretty good Taylor.
That was my first try.
That was really good.
There's better Taylors out there.
Is there no chance that last night was he not?
I'll do Toxie, Carter, and Fields. Fields, you'll start in mop-up duty probably for the last 2 games of the season because highly likely we're going to clinch a playoff spot, or we've already did, or we can clinch the division with the
sports too much for our stuff to work.
Yeah.
In Boston.
I'd be scared to be on.
Oh, wow.
Wow. I do sub on ESPN.
Browns clinch their division. Everybody else has been eliminated.
Hey, you want to
Titans leading their division. Jets are clinching their division. Everybody else has been eliminated. Even though they lost again, that's crazy. Raiders are on the verge of clinching their division. Vikings in their division. I'm leading the division right now. 10 wins. Out of 3 wins, so there's 2. If we win 1 more game, we'll be tied with the Panthers.
Summer League championships where we're.
Why doesn't Alondes Williams have one of the 2-way contracts?
And since I don't play any more division foes after this game, I can essentially clinch the division with a win. Because I play the Colts and I play the Titans to end the season. And let's do it. And today is a longer video. This is part 2 of what I tried to do earlier.
Stugatz is causing, and now he's been beaten down by it.
Josh Beckett on shore rest.
This is the Dan Levator Show with the Stugatz Podcast.
Today's episode is sponsored by DraftKings. Stay tuned because you'll hear more about DraftKings and all it has to offer throughout the show. DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Jonathan Zaslow is a lifetime Miami radio dinosaur, the last of his kind. There will not be others allowed.
Bring that ass here, boy.
The way that Jonathan Zaslow is in the future of whatever this industry represents. And I want to know from you and the group here, because I'm not sure.
Gunslinger and lofting dead eye. I love touch passes.
Stuff the way that I do,
but it can't be high passes, apparently.
Sort of wincing after the show. It happens more now than it ever has. Because of something that happened on the show that I can't
it's a lot
because of a mistake that I've made. How often after you've done what you've done do you hang on to it for a while?
Well, not anymore, because for the most part,
Gunslinger, Protected, Lofting Dead Eye, Set, and he'll have the long range Jedi.
To put it out is a major difference.
Because I did it myself.
Right.
Yeah, I would lose sleep sometimes.
Okay, well, this is what happened to me.
Because I don't care. That set feed lead, that thing is way too powerful.
I would think that I would be better. I'm not going to make an assortment of excuses. Africa, vacation, my brother died. However, this is what happened to me.
We welcome you to week number 16 of the 2031 NFL season on the Madden NFL 2023 simulation. With y'all, Davis, your host, Randy Gordon.
I didn't mean. I don't believe
And no, there's no flyover.
Way the first way that you said, I saw that quote on Twitter. I was like, wow, that's a thing to say.
It's an amateur mistake I made.
Saw that.
All I was trying to do is point out that the stats that are
making sure everything is up and up.
I believe are inflated by system. I don't believe you can take him. I know.
Down.
No.
Let my boy cook.
I would say this. Forget
Cook down.
Talk about anything else. You're this back.
If you're acting, you have to. You have to put that in italics, right?
Yeah. There's an emoji to like add the hand, right? Because you need the hand to extend.
But young as the main, but what's in this main kicker and the punter?
But not a Cuban one. The funny thing is in the clip you give context. You're like, here's what I meant by that. But on Twitter, it's just you read.
Yeah, they got me.
This is where I felt like an amateur, though. I got aggregated by our own show. Juju's very good at this. Juju knows exactly what to throw into the stream. I still don't think that you guys understand what it is that I was trying to say. The distinction between.
Oh boy.
I was getting mad watching the local hour with the two it takes. So please try to clarify for me.
Okay,
I was out of bounds. Marlon Humphrey talking to
I have never seen an athlete this.
Brandon Stevens when he was trying to pick up a pass and his feet were out around. He was like, "Oh, you guys are." I was out of bounds. He's like, "No."
Macro view on the NFL.
Lamar, what the fuck are you doing?
Dolphins. I then I'm because it's the first time you guys have ever had these discussions.
He throws the ball a lot, dude.
With the current modern day NFL salary structure, and another thing is. It's the first time you've had an offensive scheme since the 90s where you actually feel this was something that was said.
Heating up into the zone faster. I want unstoppable.
Like McDaniel's the only person that knows how to run a freaking offense in the NFL. I'm seeing Jared Goff, who we've had this discussion with. All of a sudden,
nigga, how the fuck you fall down when you hit stick in a motherfucker?
Offensive minds in the NFL that probably see Tua and say, I can get the only guy who can help the quarterback have good offensive numbers. The part that I objected to yesterday, though, was
Jets are the number one.
Why don't we say that maybe it was the previous coach that was holding him down then? Like, why does it only work the one with Daniel? Maybe Flores was so bad on that side of the football that's why Tua originally looked like that.
I think the argument isn't can an offensive coordinator see Tua and be like, I can work with that. It's can I work with that at $55 million.
Let me just for a second, though, on what it is that I was trying to say.
Not surprising that actually could happen in real life.
Saying someone is Jared Goff is an insult.
I don't know anymore.
I don't think it's
anymore. Good gracious.
Well, he's one of the highest paid quarterbacks, and what I am saying by saying that he's not that good as his numbers suggest, is, I believe. Never mind coach. I'm talking about the receivers, not just the scheme. I believe if I put Matthew Stafford in this system, or 10 other guys like Matthew Stafford, I'm gonna get something to what it is that I see.
Oh damn, my kneecap!
I put Tua in 10 other offenses. I don't think I'm gonna get the same numerical output that I'm gonna get if I just take Tua
I hate the fact, yo, I was you. We gotta do everything in the fucking morning. God, that shit is so fucking annoying. People already know I hate getting up in the morning.
Stafford, there's your system coach.
There's like, man, I get able to get shit done after 3 p.m. But that's not how society is.
Does really well inside of the LA Rams.
Every time I look for jobs for medical, it's like, you gotta do.
I think that Tua can be in plenty of places, and while this is unique to South Florida at this position now, we do this we've done it Dak Prescott's entire career. We did it with a 2-time MVP in Lamar Jackson. It's tough when you think that is he the best? Does this person warrant? Because every new contract is a new watermark when it comes to contracts. That's how this goes.
I'm never going to understand that. Like, why do we have to hold up? Okay, so Trevor Lawrence, the Jaguars gave Trevor Lawrence this contract. So now, like, Jordan loves people, and maybe Tua Tagovailoa loves people. They're going to look at, oh, well, you saw what they just gave Trevor Lawrence, so we need this. Why can't the team come back and say, yeah, they're stupid, and just because they're bad at negotiating contracts, why do we also have to go bad at negotiating contracts?
Look at what they welcome, though. That's what the Dolphins are doing, and look at what they welcome from their own fan base.
It's obvious that what you risk doing the quarterback that giving you the best seasons in that position.
All of us can't agree on the value of 5 people. How is it possible that we can have this coverage, such ignorance in coverage, when, you've heard me say a million times, nobody correctly identified the MVP of the league as someone who would be that kind of quarterback.
But this is where I started recoiling when I heard the segment where you were framing this as this Tua discussion, saying, like, this is an interesting case study. I don't even think it's the most fascinating case study right now. I think what's going on with Jordan Love is way more interesting. Because if you ask me to forecast, given how Jordan Love closed the season last year, do I take the chance on him being one of those 5 guys? I think that's way more difficult of a conversation, more interesting.
I think a lot of people right now who are in the weeds on studying film are telling you that Jordan Love is absolutely can't miss the rest of the way. Doesn't matter what his position players are, he's going to grow into that player. Mike, the specifics of what I'm saying about Tua in this market, this can't be refuted by anyone here. There's never been anyone like this person in this market where I got inundated with what my opinion was, which is simply, I don't believe that if I take Tua and put him in any offense that I'm going to get all the same numbers I'm getting in this offense.
I will 100% concede that. I would say that Tua is so unique. Zaslow made the amazing point that everyone was tanking for Tua. This was a guy that they benched Jalen Hurts in the national championship game for because he might have transferred if he didn't. But his injury history is so unique. What happened to Tua? He had a devastating hip injury.
We thought he was dead, but we thought he was dead on the field. That's why we're talking.
I'm just saying in college, and then you have the frozen fingers in Cincinnati. He's got a very unique injury history that really makes the conversation around him even more nuanced, even though he kind of proved that he can be healthy for a full season last year.
Right, but it doesn't even matter about proving that he can be healthy for the full season because it takes one hit. Like, it takes one hit. Here's the thing, like, you got guys like Burrow who have a much bigger history of injury in the pro level. And Tua, though, with Tua, the conversation was, is he going to retire? We didn't have is Burrow going to retire from season-ending injuries? Conversation was Tua is he may have to retire. Like, it's a major difference.
Let me ask all of you this because I came to an appraisal that I'm not totally sure is accurate.
You said he's not that good. Also, Trevor Lawrence.
He's not.
I love those mini drinks.
Take that you can avoid some concussions with how you play. If you're more careful about it, if you throw, play quarterback. No, it's quantifiable. There are quarterbacks that have hit more than others that are pretty smart about pocket presence and whatnot.
This is the point that I wanted to ask the group about.
I never understood why would you spit in somebody's face. I'm sorry.
That it is.
I'm sorry. If that happened to me, I'm not only punching your ass, I'm calling the cops immediately. I'm like, this man just threw bodily fluids on me. He just spit in my face. And I had to punch him for it. So if you want to tase me or arrest me, arrest his ass first.
That are in play, not just rule protections for the quarterback, but the fact that he throws everything.
I can't stand discussing people. I'm like, plus COVID is going around too. Fuck that.
Never had a concussion, according to the internet, but also he played in a narrow where he definitely had concussions.
He had 3 of them in a 3-week span. He had one in the game against the Buffalo Bills. He had one in the game previously against the Jaguars, and then he had, of course, the one that cost him to miss the last 4 games of the 2021 season in the Bills game on that Thursday Night Football game, which is the last one of the second to last one of the regular season.
All the rule changes they've made, they somehow have managed to make the sport slightly less dangerous just there. Anytime I see a quarterback really hit, I think it's illegal. I've gotten there anytime. It's basically illegal to hit the quarterback in any legal way.
Inside the 25!
Yeah, there are hard that's got to be something.
That's it. You cannot throw the quarterback that way anymore. Answer my question. That's right. It's a penalty. That's right. The quarterback on the dog, that's a penalty. They have absolutely made it so that I am both of these things. I'm like, what happened to good old-fashioned football? You can't step on his toenail that way.
That's
Carolina.
I don't think he shifted his body weight. I didn't see that.
Who's right? And what are the votes in the room on is
we have to
decide who was toxic. They also threw 4 touchdowns, but it was like a difficult 4 touchdowns. I won that one.
Is Tua more or less likely than the average player to get injured? That's what I want. Or is he?
Why did he lose the weight? Like we had a seasoned sample of the weight working out. Now I'm worried again.
I think he wants to roll.
He's gonna run.
That's a question.
He's gonna run. He's gonna run. No, he shouldn't run. Don't like it.
He's gonna run. They're gonna get him more time outside of the pocket.
If I can't get 4 yards,
bring him outside the pocket more. They are
I want to go to Cali.
Kind of has that roll him out. It kind of has that RG3. I don't like it.
When I buy Madden 24, but not yet.
The other players.
I want to make sure.
Building up ahead of steam. I don't like this one bit.
Pay the
part about this that's funniest to me is
so hopefully on the first, depending on how much I get paid from Wendy's and my social security check, is how much I'm going to spend.
Everything around this is perfect, so that he's throwing the ball in 1 second faster than everyone else in the sport. But I'm sticking out again this week. How about we get 4/10 more of a second by rolling him out? Oh no, he's got to lose weight to do that, and now we got a thicker cushioned helmet we need to get because there's more brain injury.
Dude, the only time I ever scored 100 points against the Lions.
There's too much.
That was in the 2025.
I've convinced myself one of the main criticisms outside of the
come on, guys, hold your dang on blocks, man.
Start rolling a guy out of the pocket. Lean on arm strength
dump it down
a lot more. I don't like this one bit. I don't know what Mike McDaniel's doing.
His accuracy when he gets out of the pocket too. Woof.
I mean, this is a bad idea. Don't like it. We also in pocket. I pay him.
We don't know he was instructed to lose weight. He could have just lost weight, and they're like, buddy, you're not running.
Could have gone carnivore. Who knows?
All of this is why Dan said he didn't think he's that good.
And Trevor Lawrence.
He didn't. He said he's not that good.
You're missing the arm there, Zaz.
And I got it on 30, 19, 17, got 21 yards.
Watch it.
Oh, you went to the bench. My little check your legs. Check your legs.
Tell Tua, you
get off me.
$55 million a year.
Breaks another one inside the 35 to the 40 to the 41-yard line.
In this square footage.
Not
in 15 pounds.
Look, so you can only cash those checks from this here.
6 touchdowns.
You can't roll out.
Hello. Moore had 3 touchdowns by himself.
Town going back home for Christmas
There's
time.
Just
like a love story.
An actor's reenactment.
Everyone was out the union.
What is his value? Billy, what is his value? You have a Tua jersey.
I knew it.
What is his value? You've been here.
I knew it as soon as I threw it was going to be a bad
Tua jersey.
Damn it.
I don't know. I mean, I hope it's like $300 because it's expensive to get things framed.
Dude, framing is almost expensive than the actual jersey.
I think I told you guys this when I took it to get
that's not what I wanted. I was like,
what are you talking? Like, this is your business. I'm trying to pay you money for this thing. And he's like, I heard that they may waive him. And it's like, well, you heard this? When did you hear? It's like, yeah, I think Wednesday's the deadline. I'm like, well, we better get this done.
I'm going to change my mind. Why are you telling me this?
It's a curious business plan.
It's a crazy business model. It's like, this may not be valuable in 2 days.
Super expensive.
Tell me this in 3 days.
I got to the point at Chelsea where they kept handing me like signed jerseys. I was like, no thanks. I got to frame this.
That is a work of art as the Miami Dolphin experience. You go and take in a jersey of value in order to get it mounted on the wall.
Let's go!
Asks you, are you sure?
Give me a block.
Are you?
Fiddle gets retarded. He's in the zone now. Let's go.
Parent like me.
You know it's rare when that happens because it
And when they say
rarely
they have
happens.
everything you need to keep your pet happy and healthy, they are not messing around. Chewy has over 100,000 products from all the brands that Willow loves.
I hate
at
throwing
prices
picks.
that I love.
I don't mind throwing the ball. I just hate throwing picks because I feel like
shipped
the
directly
pathway
to
should
your
be
door in 1 to 2
working.
days. Whenever I bring Willow to work at the Levitar show, I have to bring some of her favorite toys and treats with
so if I
her.
have
She
to
loves
pick a field
liver
goal, I'll
treats,
just pick a field
lamb
goal.
hearts, all the good stuff, and Chewy has all of it. It's so
that
easy to
plays
shop
not
on. There are thousands of products. Find what your dog likes, and then you can auto ship it, which is a huge time saver, and it gives you peace of mind that if you need some food or treats last minute, it'll be there in a couple days. Chewy has everything you need to keep your pet happy and healthy, and right now you can save $20 on your first order and get free shipping by going to chewy.com/Dan. That's chewy.com/Dan to save $20 on your first order with free shipping. Chewy.com/Dan. Minimum purchase required. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply. See site for complete details.
Dan Lebatard. We like to call this one a course of
Owen
Wilson. Ready? Stugats. This is the Dan Lebatard show with the Stugats.
Has always been.
What now? Stop sending me junk mail!
I believe Dan Lebitard is
man.
What is that expression?
I'm gonna apply to Chesapeake Regional a little bit.
Washing? Like I
Leave me alone.
It's just shorter version of washed up.
Yeah, but what does that mean? If you get washed up, what does that mean?
Washed up like a carcass.
Four.
I was thinking it's like if you wash something too much, then it gets kind of like ratty. You don't want to wear it anymore.
So you're ratty.
So, but if you're
More
washed,
carcass.
if you're washed right up until then, you're fine. You're hygienic. You're good. But there's a point where you go from washed hygienically
butchered how many
washed
plays
up.
I've done
You're
in
in
the
tatters.
I'm with Tony on this one. I think it's a bloated whale carcass.
Yeah. Like you're in the ocean, you're good, and then all of a sudden you get washed.
That's what I'm saying.
From like washed ashore. I mean,
I want to get to that footage in a second of a whale. I don't know where this was, just sort of, breaching the water and causing damage to a smaller boat. But somebody else from the Dan Lebatard show featuring Greg Cody has that kind of ring to it. Get Greg to retire from the Herald and be the co-host. With him there, it's harder for Doomsdan to ruin the show, sidekicking it.
Instead, it's just Greg ruining this show.
He was great yesterday.
He was pretty good.
I
felt bad watching it too. Like Greg, I mean, sincerely, like not a bit.
That was a dot. That was a dot, my boy.
I was at the very least. I may not have made
I don't care.
I don't care. I don't want to put him in.
I mistimed the animation. Damn it! I thought it was in front of me, but he was behind me the whole time.
Greg Cody has a 70th birthday party, and he doesn't know who around here to invite on the show.
Can I tell you something? So I'm watching the show yesterday. I'm preparing, for coming in today. I want to make sure I'm up to speed on everything. And I hear that Cody he's got a 70th birthday party coming up. And I'm just I'm doing my work and I'm kind of listening half-assed, My ears perked up though. I picked my head up from what I was doing. I looked right at that television when I heard Cody say, "Everyone on air is invited." That's a quote. I didn't make that up. Everyone on air is invited.
I should have learned it backwards, but it was a hard diving catch to make.
Open bars.
But
I heard open bars too. I didn't perk up quite as that because it was like,
we were bound to struggle a little
take
bit.
advantage of, so I didn't perk up at that. I perked up at open bar, and then a few minutes later, everyone on air is invited. Now, correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, let's play the sound here.
Yes, we got a sound. Rose and Baloo. Oh yeah, Alan, let's go. That's his 12th of the year for Alan. Let's go. Rose with his 13th.
Really small with my
both
dad
of them leading the team.
where I was like, this is gonna make some people feel awkward. And then my dad's like, all right, screw it. Every on-air person's coming. Wow. And then my mom was like, whoa.
I could try to score 40 in the first half, but I've done it before. But it's really hard to score 40 points in the first half of an NFL game.
But I'm being truthful when I say my starting pro is Dan and Stugat.
And Roy and Juju.
He's really mad at you. Okay,
15 yards on second and 24.
Details about who isn't invited.
So
the new me says everybody's welcome, and not just on-air people. I love the off-air people.
Sounds like old you only said 4 people were allowed.
Excellent.
Well, 2, but no kids except Graceland, my beloved.
Okay, so the direct quote. Correct me if I'm wrong.
What?
Screw it. That's what I said first. Screw it. Everyone on air is invited. Now, my question to everybody: am I on air?
Computer. AI, you're supposed to pick that off.
Am I on air?
You mistimed the animation, man.
What was the quote again?
Really?
Screw it.
You let a guy who's not even in the NFL and Peoples Jones moss you?
Sounds like you've been invited.
What the hell, bro?
You're his enemy.
I'm using deductive reasoning.
I've told you guys.
This is going to be another struggle bus again. Because we already beat these guys earlier in the year. We can go for the sweep.
But I believe that
pretty much
for his
clinched the
entire
division
adult life, Jonathan Zaslow has texted me every time Cody writes an obvious column in the Miami Herald.
Down the sideline, breaks and tackles, and Deontay Hardy is
That was ruthless. Look at that was ruthless.
100 yards in flash. His 44th career kickoff return, still adding to his NFL record streak of 17 consecutive weeks with at least one kickoff
some of those industries kind of collapse. Radio, local television, print. There have been pockets that feud, and I don't believe that there is in my personal circle 2 people who I both like. I like both of them. Who don't like
might want to cover kills
based on what they are professionally. It's not personal.
No, he seems like a really nice man.
It is not in any way personal. It's about the work. Zaslow does not respect what it is Cody does, but Cody doesn't respect what it is that Zaslow does.
He's a really nice man, but I don't know. Colin, it's a little bit for the birds.
Upset bird.
I'm not arguing with anything.
You agree that your dad is not good at his job?
Typically, I've told my dad to take more chances. You're an great. Get out there.
Typically, when Billy says something like, "Don't get me started on the whales," we follow that.
No.
And we get him started on the whales.
No, we don't have to get started.
Oh, I lost my bird for a second.
I'm just saying these whales better not wage war on us because it's over.
What do you mean they better not? They already have.
I'm telling them, stand down right now. Stand down right now because whales do not want to start a war with human beings because it will end poorly for the whales. Horribly for the whales. If the whales want to continue...
But he dropped it after he got the possession. After he got the possession of the catch.
I'm telling you that
sometimes glitches like that, but it's like
there's
that
not a human world under the water. There's a sea world on Earth because we capture the whales and then we put them in tanks. And then we feel bad for them because they're so helpless and they can't do anything. They're like, you know what? We feel so bad for you. Just go back to your home and die. Because they're never going to capture humans and put them under the ocean in cages and laugh at us the way we do them. If we wanted to end the whales, we would end the whales. So they need to stand down. Not just the whales. Dolphins too. All sea creatures. Calm down. Because I don't see whales starting GoFundMes and collecting things to save human beings. They're not trying to save human beings from extinction down there.
Literally 2 years to the day, actually.
Stay
underwater. They died literally a day.
Acting, not right.
So credit on that video accurate was the co-host
right after, I want to say,
or did he just post it to his social
4
media?
weeks after
You're saying shut your
they lost Bill Russell?
You can knock over the occasional small
I was saying pipe down. Yeah. Enough is enough.
The internet trying to act like they know the whale.
That was saucy.
So you see how this angry whale took out a boat. It's like, we don't know anything about what's going on here.
That's not my
question though with that video is Buddy, who was captaining the ship, the one taking the video, all right, the one in front.
Ryan Whitney.
I don't think it was Ryan
Former
Whitney.
Florida Panther, Edmonton Oiler, Ryan Whitney.
Isn't that Ray Whitney? But anyway.
No. Ryan Whitney played for the Panthers.
Really?
I think Ray Whitney also played for both the franchises. He definitely.
Oh, that was
just terrible trade.
That was saucy. That was saucy.
The guy who was steering the boat in the foreground.
That was
did he go back
he ankle broke that one, not three ball, motherfucker.
This kid driving the boat, he's either getting the hell away from there, going to hell. What do you think here?
Oh,
looks like he's dipping. I got a dip.
You always call me pass interference, but you know most of the time you're the one causing pass interference calls. Zach, why are you complaining so much? And be like, it's pass interference. Ian's not always causing fouls all the time. Maybe it's you just bad at throwing the ball.
Home court is going to come and decide that I am on enemy territory. I am playing a road game, and I don't deserve to win a road game.
Ever heard of torpedoes?
For all we know,
no, we were supposed to get off the field. Hey, why are you throwing me down in the back there? What did I do to you?
no clue what the whale
bro,
it's a little ridiculous.
I didn't even touch you. Why you just tossing me down like a bag of chicken?
Motive there.
That went wrong. It went wrong.
That is, I believe, what the whale did in that circumstances. This is the equivalent to that whale of us bumping our head on something we miscalculated.
But there is a recent trend of whales attacking.
They got to pipe down
vessels. So.
I think the recent trend is that more people are doing things. I believe.
Come on, bro.
You used to write books about it. Moby Dick, you were one guy.
Come on.
Do whatever he did. I didn't read
Pinocchio.
Yeah.
So you're saying
Jonah, you know, and the whale.
But back to that kid, I think he is making. You see him turning the wheel. I think he's making a U-turn.
I don't know. He had the face of a dude who was about to dip.
Come on.
He's right about that. Yeah. That is what flight looks like. Like that looks like he was in the beginning stages of
computer.
Going to.
Gotta react faster than that, bro.
No, that was very much. I'm gonna.
We're not.
Wasn't
we are.
Would have been crazy if he grabbed our.
No, we're not losing them again. We lost to them last
year. Now you know how much I
last year. We ain't losing them again.
The greatest app for the secondary ticket marketplace that I've ever come across. I was recently in Chicago, a Major League Baseball mecca, and I found incredible tickets on the Game Time app, which makes getting tickets faster and easier. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer that it gets to first pitch. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, and views from your seat, don't forget their lowest price guarantee. Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets. So, do yourself a favor. Do what I did. Do what I routinely do. Whether it's baseball games or summer concert season where all the big names in music are presently touring, use the Game Time app. Take the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code DAN.
Whoa.
Again, create an account and redeem code DAN for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
What?
You're listening to Draft.
Content warning. Part 1 of Hour 1 has talk of sexual misconduct and assault. If y'all don't want to hear it, please refrain from listening to that part of the episode. Luckily for me, I'm not crazy to do that.
It's unlimited to premium wireless for $15 a month. How are there still people paying 2 or 3 times that much?
Yeah, I pay $55 a month and it's worth it.
Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save. Whenever you're ready.
$45 upfront payment equivalent to $15 per month. New customers on first 3-month plan only. Taxes and fees extra. Speed slower above 40 gigabytes. See details.
That's what this is.
Hear that? Yeah, that's the sound of you relaxing, because now you're managing diabetes with the Freestyle Libre 3 system. You get to know your glucose levels and where it's headed. Manage your diabetes with more confidence with the Freestyle Libre 3 system. Ready to learn more about prescribed CGM in the U.S.? Visit freestylelibre.us to learn more. Based on retail sales data for patients on prescription by manufacturer. Refer to the FLAIR NL4 study published in BMJ Diabetes Research and Care 2019. Safety info found at freestylelibre.us.
Welcome to the Big Three, presented by DraftKings.
Why are you listening to this show?
It's a podcast that seems very similar to the other Dan Le Batard podcast. I'm sorry, I'm not going to apologize for that.
Great, now we have a full momentum bar.
Imaging.
I've been tempted in restaurants just walking past tables to grab somebody's fries if they're just there. That hasn't happened to you guys?
I've done it.
You did it to me, asshole.
The Marching Men to Nowhere, Fat Face, and the Habitual Liar.
Hey!
This interview is presented by LinkedIn Jobs.
Asshole.
It is? All right. Pablo Torre is going to be on.
Asshole! I worked at the opinion deep in the fucking 10 I ain't gonna just pay you before I'm trying to get there.
Down journalistic investigative stories nobody but he cares about. The most recent one involves Putin, 7 anonymous sources, a whistleblower, and max fixing in fencing. Maximum fixing in fencing. I can't get anyone around here excited about that.
Bro, that was like the easiest shit in the
was
world.
complaining about the opening ceremonies in general.
Maximum fixing?
Me watch
maximum fixing of fencing, yes.
Not match fixing, maximum fixing.
Maximum fixing.
There's no way to fix it more than this.
This is the most fixing there's ever been.
Someone say the most.
Pablo?
Oh boy.
Kinda true. Dan has stumbled into a factual statement, which is that no sport is more corrupt in the Olympics than saber fencing. And if I can't convince you on the level of, hey, do you want to know what the guy who owned the largest super yacht in the world, the yacht that got seized by the European Union because the owner was too tied to Vladimir Putin?
Ew.
Did you know that guy is running fencing? That guy happens to be friends with the president of the Olympic Committee? If I can't get you in based on that premise alone, then we're just different people. We're just different people. I love the Olympics.
Pablo, first of all, hello. Good to see you. How do you find out that fencing, as opposed to every other sport that no one cares about, is the one that has maximum fixing?
He was back. He was
to the United States. It starts with a scandal, really. My attention
in college
starts with a scandal inside of
the
Team
NFL.
USA.
I'm surprised the dude has. I'm glad he has a job. I don't like seeing people lose their jobs, because this sucks. Because I've been through that too many damn times to count. But at the same time, some of us gotta work with it. And I have to put myself in that number too.
Favors from referees in saber
I think I probably could have done worked a little bit harder
as
at
Americans because of it, and they're over there right now.
They got a lot more money than I am
at the Olympics. To broaden it out here even wider, is that, as you might know, nobody really cares about any of these things, save for, of course, like basketball, until this time, every 4 years. And so what that means is that in the background,
I was really getting a memo of that, like,
there
2 years ago in 2022.
Intense geopolitical,
just saying the names of places I was working at.
To cheat,
basically horror stories,
humiliate yourselves, to do everything it takes
I was
to get the thing that has justified your existence as an athlete. And so I love anything that people care deeply about, as long as it also has stakes. And so saber fencing is just one example, the one that I investigated, where you see this firsthand, where you see that literally the war in Ukraine helps explain why it is
I'm not even getting paid for
that there are allegations of match fixing
new
emanating out of
media
U.S. Olympic fencing.
With Disney,
all of this stuff gets connected.
And NBC,
Go like the anti-sex beds or something like that. This one's, kind of. It's not surprising me.
It's not surprising. So this is a thing that I'm frustrated by.
I can't even tell who wins when I'm watching.
Let's go, defense. Let's go.
That's part of the story.
There's a light-up helmet, which was like a great innovation.
But that's the thing, is that in saber fencing. So saber fencing, very briefly, okay? I'm trying to radicalize you guys into saber fencing enthusiasts.
The beds are made of cardboard. This is the second straight Olympics where they try to be like, hey, no one's on our watch.
Every year we talk about the cardboard.
Unlike myself.
Every year, it's just like,
I haven't heard you find out about it.
Yeah. It is the thing about getting in the Olympics is that it's not enough to simply presume that it happens. From
it never works, but let's try it. Ooh, and the perfect person
to talk about it.
Who has an X factor.
And so when I talk about saber fencing, what I want to tell you is that saber fencing is unique. Okay. Saber fencing is the one sport, the one weapon in fencing where you can hit people with the blade. Right? The other two are sort of like poking with an antenna. You can hit people in the head, the torso with the actual blade of the saber. It's the most like sword fighting.
Like you could slice them?
Right.
Yeah, all the time. They get cut in half.
What the hell was that, lad?
File.
The point of what I'm saying is that this stuff happens incredibly quickly, to Mike's point, and the electronic scoring system, you would think, that adjudicates all of it. That's all we need. We just wait for whoever's light pops up first. But this shit happens within milliseconds to the point where, by rule, a human referee needs to adjudicate who has the right of way. There's like a defensive driving aspect to who should get the point here. There's a human interpretation. And in a human interpretation, there is just enough room to plausibly hide corrupt judgment.
Damn it.
And what I've reported here is that approximately half of the top best referees in the world of international saber fencing are corrupt.
That is not the path I wanted.
Russia, for instance, rewarding its gold medalists with 7-figure bonuses, and the U.S. does not do anything like that. You have a system where Russia is using a literal oligarchs to run a sport and bring rewards and great glory to a country using a perfect crime of an obscure sport that can result in lots of actual benefits for the people who participate. And so saber fencing to me this is a true crime podcast. It's not hey, isn't this sport awesome? It's look at how this is hiding right in front of our eyes on NBC, and nobody really understands that it's happening.
That's crazy, but did you see Snoop Dogg's running with the torch?
Pablo, this is why decency loses all over the world.
Of all people, Snoop
because
Dogg?
I'll tell you why. I was thinking about this over the course of the weekend. The idea that you're not really fighting a fair fight if only one of the political parties has to address shame and, hey, I'm getting old. I got to get out. I've got to be impacted by shame.
Oh, saber fencing.
But the other party doesn't have to have anything to do with shame. You're sitting here trying to get them interested in cheating at the highest levels. They have no interest in what you're talking about, even though it is really hard journalistically to uncover cheating of this kind.
I want to update the story, actually. I have been talking to people since the story came out, and there are literal investigations by governmental bodies that have resulted because of this episode.
That doesn't scare you?
Internationally.
I'm with
It
Daz.
scare me.
I don't want to die over
actually-
saber fencing.
Really, it's not important enough to me. I'd be really scared.
Thank you for acknowledging a genuine concern that I have, which is that we had people on the record who are speaking out against Vladimir Putin's oligarchs. I don't know how you guys became numb to this, but it is actually dangerous.
There's no room for you. I'm asking you if you're scared. Who's what?
But also, there is human feces in that river.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they fixed it in time.
I don't think they feel.
Also, if you're coming after Pablo, he's in the New York office, not the Miami office. Just FYI, Putin.
To Zaz's point, you could argue plausibly that the cost-benefit on this, given that the benefit has been a resounding lack of support from the shipping container, was not worth the cost.
Now they can
which could plausibly be, I don't know, whatever that thing is that they inject into your food that makes you die. Like, that probably wouldn't be worth it in the end.
Hormones?
Poison. Yeah. All of that. I am somewhat concerned about that.
No, but when you sit here and make the jokes about this is dangerous, I could not tell that general numbness to all sorts of malfeasance, that you can't journalistically get anyone interested in what is an obviously interesting cheating story, suggests to me that cheating is way too rampant throughout sports, and that morality, that all the walls have fallen down on morality around sports.
Dan, it's the bed of nails theory. When there are a zillion corruption scandals happening, which is a metaphor, of course, that applies directly to
finally bed talk.
Yeah.
God.
Let's try for a pump block again.
If they meant the beds of nails, people would not be having
no sex whatsoever.
Maybe some people are into that, but
Hellraiser.
Cardboard.
If you've ever seen Hellraiser, they're into that.
No!
You were saying, Pablo?
I just wish that people realized that just because there are 1,000 nails, it doesn't mean that each one of them is worthy of our concern. Like,
man, I'm sorry.
I guess what I'm saying here, part of the whole premise of my show is that I'm going to tell you a story about something that you, on its face, don't give a single shit about. When I take on saber fencing at the cost of perhaps the freedom and livelihood and health of various sources that I interview in a real way, it's not because I'm like, oh, this is going to be box office gold. It's going to be because you're going to be surprised by what's inside of it, which is a story that you can understand and appreciate even if you don't care about it. And the Olympics, writ large to me, is exactly this. Again, what do I care about? I care about stakes, and really I care about people's egos being on the line. Nothing embodies that more than the Olympics, where everybody gets together to cheat, to occasionally and also to try and manage what it means to be the best.
He caught it inside the 35! Down at the 36!
Over the place, but it's just really hard to prove. And so this was my attempt to prove that this one nail of saber fencing is sharper than anybody realizes, and it's actually a metaphor for everything else that's happening.
If I have to think my way down the field,
rather talk about the cardboard bed makes me realize why the Olympics have remained exactly the same for about a century now.
There's breakdancing now.
Speaking of cardboard, do they spin on the cardboard, do you think?
That should be
that's a fumble.
The home field, right? Yeah. Well, we'll see. Maybe it's clay.
It can't be cardboard anymore. You can't get to the Olympics.
It's in Paris. It's clay.
You can't come out on.
How much pressure is on us to win this?
Floor and just put out a piece of cardboard and spin on your back on it. That is not.
Is there shit talking? Is that allowed in the Olympic?
Are we the breakdancing favorite?
We should be. Like, did we invent it? I think we did. We had breaking 1 and 2.
All right, but South Sudan might have someone that's just as...
Brazilians have a good team.
Okay,
Capoeira, yeah.
I'm not positive the United States. Put it on the poll, please, at Levitard. The United States be the favorite in breakdancing. I want to assign to every show here some category here so that we can cover the sport correctly. We covered it yesterday. Was Greg Cody out of nowhere taking out Michael Phelps.
You had a point, Dan. We only care about every sport.
I feel the X, but I took too long.
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah. Are you saying we should all take an obscure sport and be the correspondent of the show?
Yeah. Yes. That's a great idea.
Want to do a sport draft?
Oh, that's a good idea.
According to Jason Poo of Medium, the favorite in breakdancing is Phil Wizard from Canada.
Wow. That's a great name. That can't be his real name.
Every name that Billy just mentioned sounds fake. Jason Poo reported that.
Matt Sullivan just helped me out. He told me that the favorite B-boy is from France.
See you later, Pablo. We've got conflicting.
Cannot stand.
See you later, Pablo.
Bye, Pablo. Tell the world my story if I, disappear one day.
Hey, it's Mike Ryan. How do you like to grill your barbecue? Tell me. I'll be quiet. I'll stand back. I'll listen for approximately 2.5 seconds.
Damn.
Wow, a lot of great suggestions in there. Let me give you a suggestion. I need everybody in the audience to pair their barbecue with Miller Lite.
Nobody cares about beer, my dude.
And I really reveled in the fact that I got to...
This shit is ass.
It was hot out. It was a perfect pace. Led responsibly. Oh, God.
Coming up next.
At 96 calories per 12 ounces.
Shut up. Nobody cares about beer. It's watery as
Pablo
fuck.
leads
Nobody
all
cares.
podcasting in reading while smiling. If you listen to ESPN Daily, he sounds like he's having the time of his life.
Stugats.
Coming up next, I'm going to tell you how the Savannah Bananas changed. How do you know Savannah Bananas?
How you know I'm
smiling?
That's how I find my vocal range. Sometimes I just say
Savannah Bananas. Savannah Bananas. Yeah.
This is the Dan Levitar Show with the Stugats.
Chris Cody, do we have anyone monitoring what it is that Stugat did? I guess, did anyone monitor? Because it's over. He's doing a morning show on WFAN. Because Zaslow was asking. He wants to hear some sound of what kind of lies Stugatz has told in New York and what kind of things he has done to disrespect both us and the audience. Mostly the audience.
Yes.
I couldn't get enough of him and Taylor, that story from the other day. Oh, my God.
I will check with Taylor because he's the one monitoring it.
But you're telling me Taylor has soured because Taylor, this was fascinating to watch.
Hosted him.
We have a lot of people around.
Yes, Kenny Clark with the sack.
Super fans of
the big man with a big
to the world that they've been listening to for a while, and for a while,
right up the middle,
they get delighted when they see up close that the things that we talk about being real are real. So, first couple hours,
Red Sox, did you really get blown out by the worst team in the National League, or worse than the Marlins?
But now you guys are telling me that Taylor.
I hate having to say that as a Marlins
because you guys made him all sorts of promises about how Taylor was going to be doing things with them, and then next thing you know, Stugatz just goes Taylor because he can't be counted on to tell one syllable of truth anywhere in the last 20 years.
And
that's the worst part, right? It's not that he didn't come through, it's that he just got ghosted
in the end.
And he's underperformed 42 once from WFAN, which is he wants Yankees talk. Come on. He wants Yankees talk and he wants Hard Knocks talk, and he's getting neither.
But he doesn't know. He doesn't know anything. You expect him to do some research? You expect him to work? Like he doesn't. If he wanted to work, he would have taken the job they were offering him there.
Now you got too far.
Have I?
Oh, now I got shots.
They offered him a job and he turned it down. And he turned it down because there wasn't enough money and he had to work.
Are we sure there was an offer?
Allegedly. Everything's alleged. Even the fencing thing, alleged, by the way.
Is it alleged?
He said alleged like 11 times.
I feel like Pablo did the hard journalistic work that you can now diminish with an alleged because...
For his sake, alleged.
For the record, I like Novikov. I think it's a great restaurant.
I love caviar.
We didn't even get to the video of Pablo singing karaoke when he was with Sports Illustrated like 15 years ago.
What? Dying because of a fencing scandal is the dumbest thing to ever happen. Like, if they become the fencing order,
really, I gotta do it again.
How did he die? He uncovered a fencing scandal.
I mean, we were
that no one cared about.
We were very close
doing what he loved
to being killed by buffalo in Africa. That would have been a pretty dumb way to die, wouldn't you think?
That would have been heroic.
Don't you wish that there was like some weird Marvel multiverse where that would have happened?
This is my boy Wise with a Discord notification. I don't know why it gives me that
publicly
notification
acknowledge your
sound.
tragic death at the hand of a Cape Buffalo.
Like this universe's Lebitard was killed by buffalo.
We need to get to this tomorrow.
Here's his
I was back in studio tomorrow.
I wanted to
He's
get my guy
skeptical of hearing
That's
Ron's story in Africa and how how real the danger was and stuff. He thinks that it was oversold.
Well, Ron was certainly in more danger from the story that was recounted.
The day that it came out, I wasn't in the show. I was watching online because I remember I was here playing the NCAA game while you guys were doing this, and I was like,
"Is that why you were whispering?"
Yes, that's why we were whispering, because Dan was here doing very important work. But also,
that's Taylor's normal delivery.
Yes, but I also didn't know if Ron had actually died, because in the preamble of Dan getting to the point,
you thought Ron was dead.
No, man, but
that's burying the lead,
lighting,
man.
the lighting was there. Dan was in black, and then he's building up he was my great friend. I can't believe it. He's like my brother, and I'm like, oh my god, did Ron die? Luckily, he didn't.
I have rarely been as scared as I was in proximity to some of these animals that could at any point move in a direction, and my choice wouldn't be to run, because that's the worst thing you could possibly do. Is you run? No, you cannot run.
They'll catch you though.
Well, if you run and then they see fear or flight, they will chase you. But I was not in any peril when Ron was very nearly almost killed, but right before
I've never missed a kick that bad before in
the dark. It's one of the most haunting things I've ever seen, where you're in the dark and there are three buffaloes staring at you, and they're breathing cold air so you can see their breath, and they're just staring at you, waiting to see what it is that you're going to do. And if you move out of the way, they're going to come after you.
This was the middle of the night, right?
It wasn't the middle of the night, but the particular time I'm talking about was 7 p.m.
You're in your private pool. What are you doing? Walking around the dark of Africa in the middle of the night, sneaking up on buffalo.
Hey, with 13 consecutive games without missing a field goal, bro. Like, how you miss one that close? It's a 45-yarder.
Yes, but these are camps, and the animals don't necessarily respect where it is that the humans have put up the limitations of the camp.
Their land, not ours.
Just while I try to paint out this multiverse, have you almost died in any other ridiculous fashions? You can chew on that for a little bit.
Running across the highway in Las Vegas, yes, I almost died.
That's another thing not to do. Why'd you do that?
That's correct. That was a dumb thing to do. I shouldn't have run across the highway. You think going on safari is a dumb thing to do?
I would feel safe with Ron McGill. Like going out for a walk, I want to be walking. But even if it's with Ron McGill.
If it's like 6 a.m. and it's dark and I just hear, hey, Dan, I'm going to go walk out. Do you want to come with me? I'd be like, hey.
Joe Biden is out there?
Hey, man, come on. Come walk with me.
No, but it's not a walk. Guys,
go look at a buffalo.
You have to get from one place to another. Like, I'm not going for strolls with Ron McGill in a sunset stroll. I have to go from one place to another.
You can see its breath. It's awesome.
I like the voice, even though it doesn't sound like Joe Biden to me. I just find it pleasant. It's kind of like your Harry Carey, and then it's super limited, and then you start doing more of it. It's worse, but I still like the voice.
Swing to it too.
Zaslow asked for a clip from Stugatz. We do have one. It's him promoting his book while admitting how terrible it is.
Oh no.
Shit.
He's trying to promote his book now on WFAN, but he's doing so poorly by just ripping people off.
Good Phil.
Yeah, good timing by you.
But at the end, the money wasn't enough, and that's the truth. That's the God's honest truth. When they're paying me this much money to write this crap for Random House, it's going to be a New York Times #1 bestseller, and it's going to be a good book. The portions I wrote, not so good. The portions that everyone else wrote, fantastic.
That's
how you sell it right there. This crap from Random House.
That's not great. It's not a great situation what he does to our listeners.
Do you feel any responsibility for him?
I can't control him. Like, do you?
No, I don't.
Well, so why? You're the one who's producing him.
You created him. You're his partner, man.
Yeah,
you kind of let this happen.
We birthed him. We did. We all created this. I don't think the audience is going to find it so funny, though, when at the end of a contract here, we've got a real problem with him. Like, I don't think the audience is going to throw back his head and laugh then.
Real Tua situation. Now what do we do? Should you just give him $55 million?
Like I said with Tua, do it with Stugatz.
Could be more in a year from now if you don't do it.
Let him play it out and then run the shit out of the ball.
It can't be more a year from now is the point. Have you not seen what's happening to the industry? Like,
but what if it is?
But it's not.
How about the threat though that this is going to be his last contract? I mean, straight up, this is, and then he's going to go away silently into the night.
Chicken
You gotta believe it. The words have to mean anything. It's not that easy too.
Let's go, defense. Let's go. Debo.
He lives paycheck to paycheck somehow. Where's he gonna go? He needs money. Why claim he doesn't need money?
I actually think it's a pretty good negotiation tactic on his part. Like, come on, give me what I want. It's my last one.
Give me what I want.
I cannot get anyone around here interested in the Olympics somehow. Zaslow doesn't believe in the opening ceremony.
No, make me watch the opening ceremonies. I'm going to sit around on a Friday. My wife's going to say, what are we doing tonight? I'm like, oh, it's the opening ceremony.
McDuffie's in the zone. Let's go.
A small country.
Watch people walk around. Give me a break.
Get the hell out of here. Make me watch.
Well, what happened to this? Because this used to be something that America gathered around the television to watch as a spectacle.
Holy cow, Morocco! Whoa, I'm enraptured right now.
My favorite play, big jet pass run power.
Hakimi just scored. Who's a player of
1 yard throw, so it doesn't count. Yes.
Soccer,
and it counts as a pass.
You essentially get 3 roster spots of dudes you've heard of before.
Well, why is the soccer started before the opening game?
Why does anything started before the opening ceremony?
This is not a real game.
It's a friendly.
No, it's a real game.
A friendly.
Hey, guys,
this is actually another cup in the Olympics.
Yeah, this is the cup. This is the Olympic Cup competition. This is essentially the league's cup.
Let's be honest. Can we be honest for a second with these cups? A little watered down. It's a little watered down.
Tyler!
Put it on the poll at Lebitard Show. Should there be Olympic Games before the Olympic ceremony? Because I'm not sure when that started, but that shouldn't be a thing.
Like, is there going to be closing ceremonies? There's more games?
We afterward have more games after the closing ceremonies.
A year from now, it's the Olympic Games going on right now.
Team USA actually does play today on USA Network. In soccer, they play the host nation, France, who's got to be considered among the favorites.
Tough group.
There. Yeah, Lacazette is playing. Yeah, dude, I couldn't believe.
How old is he?
So you get like 3 guys that are over like 20, and you have to be strategic with like the roster placement that you do. And you also sometimes you have a longer in the tooth veteran that has eluded that big national team success has eluded him, and it's like one last job, like Jason Statham.
Ring chaser.
Yeah.
So still playing?
But like Alvarez is playing for Argentina. He's a first teamer. This is a shocking result right now. Morocco 2-0 over.
Zaslow, can I do anything to even make you interested in Team USA basketball?
Okay. I've really thought hard about this with Team USA basketball, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I don't want them to win, but I'm going to sit here and tell you I don't care. Like, I've been trying to get emotionally invested in it, care in some fashion, and all I can manage to think about is I'm supposed to root for Jason Tatum now. Like, all of a sudden, Joel Embiid's flopping ass. I got to root for him now. Like Derek White. I'm supposed to hope Derek White continues to kill these other countries the way he killed the Miami Heat. I'm not rooting for these guys. I don't care about these guys. I can't bring myself to root for anyone.
He has knockout ability.
I care so much more about the Miami Heat than I do Team USA. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't
but you're not sorry. Bam Adebayo's on the team.
I'll root for him. Yep, I'll root for him.
So you're rooting for one guy?
Yeah, I hope Bam does really well. These other guys, like Kevin Durant all of a sudden. I'm supposed to care about Kevin Durant? I don't like these guys.
You're an asshole.
All of a sudden, I want Jason Tatum to do well.
You're a pure utter asshole.
Play for other nations.
I mean, I thought Niko Jovic was playing. I'll root for him.
argument before that there is nothing better that I can put on sports than patriotism. The only reason that the 1980 Olympic hockey team in the U.S. is regarded as the greatest seminal achievement in the history of upsets in American sports is not because we care about hockey, it's because we draped the whole thing in the flag and it was an upset. What's better to put on sports? If I'm going to condense your sports, give you 2 weeks of addict fix, it's all going to be just sports running up and down, and now I wrap it in the flag. I thought patriotism was supposed to lure people into the tent.
All I could think about with these guys is none of them care. And I'm not saying that none of them care about the United States, but none of them care about actually playing during the time that I like watching basketball. And now all of a sudden I'm supposed to be rooting for these in particular guys. And I know I'm supposed to root for the name on the front and not the name on the back. But I'm sorry, like, I can't help myself. I can't bring myself to root for some of these guys. It's just, I hope they win. But, like, I'm not going to lose a second of sleep if they don't.
Doesn't sound like you hope they win.
Not a second.
It sounds like you're afraid to say that you hope they lose.
No, I don't hope they lose. I just don't care. I don't care. I'm sorry.
Well, if you don't care, then you don't hope they win. You're totally indifferent, and
I'm indifferent.
And you're throwing out there that you hope they win just because you're trying to soften your position.
Zaz, I can see you more as a 3-on-3 hoops guy for the USA team. Jimmer Fredette on the team. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Where's he been? It's been a minute.
3-on-3 basketball.
All right. Perfecting that 3-on-3 skill.
If you're a pet parent like me,
Jimmer Fredette
you
so
know
bad.
about
He's literally
Chewy.
on 3-on-3
When they say they have everything you need to keep your pet happy
He
and
was
healthy,
such a draft
not
bust
messing
in the
around.
NBA. He's
Chewy
literally
has over
relegated to doing
100,000
3-on-3.
products from all the brands that Willow loves.
Oh, that was a
treats, beds, you name it, they have it. And it gets shipped directly to your door in 1 to 2 days. Whenever I bring Willow to work at the Le Batard show, I have to bring some of her favorite toys and treats with her. She loves liver treats, lamb hearts, all the good stuff. And Chewy has all. It's so easy to shop on Chewy. You just search through their thousands of products, find what your dog likes, and then you can auto ship it, which is a huge time saver, and it gives you peace of mind that if you need some food or treats last minute, it'll be there in a couple days. Chewy has everything you need to keep your pet happy and healthy. And right now, you can save $20 on your first order and get free shipping by
not only does that happen, you give them a pick six.
Chewy.com/Dan to save $20 on your first order with free shipping. Chewy.com/Dan. Minimum purchase required. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply. See site for complete details.
25 there. 35. Cuts him back. Cuts him back to the left. 40, 45 to the he turns on the speed, and he is gone. EJ Speed goes 94 yards.
With their Stuttgarts.
The
David Sampson's podcast is nothing personal. Every day at 8 a.m. you can catch David Sampson, and I suggest that you do so because, as I've told you,
I gotta essentially clinch the division with a
win.
win.
There is no one doing a solo show covering the terrain that he covers inside and outside of sports business. Let's start here with the matching of the Amazon NBA offer. David, you, Skipper, Pablo have been talking about this for a while. There were too many poison pills for it to actually be matched. Do you believe this is just a bunch of nonsense? What is this now where you have a matched offer after it would appear that WBD did a whole lot of things wrong here in the negotiations publicly?
Finally forced a turnover. Oh, wow, forced
four with that. And it was really telegraphed over a year ago when David Zaslav said, we don't really need the NBA. And it turns out that maybe Adam Silver may have gotten upset by that, but don't buy into that. The NBA just moved past WBD. When you have an opportunity to partner with Amazon, you're going to do it. It's not just about toilet paper. It's about expanding your brand internationally in a way that wasn't open to these leagues before. Unfortunately, there's a provision in the old media deals that allows the old partners to match if any newbies come. So TNT decided they're going to try to match the Amazon deal. Except it's not what TNT said in their statement, where we hope the NBA just executes the contract we sent. It's way more complicated than that. And there are lawyers involved. Except that was admitted by Blaney! The deal that was cut with Amazon was cut in a way.
God, you just took your 3 and go what?
TNT or Warner Brothers Discovery to actually match the deal. What they're trying to do is get into a negotiation, either to get a smaller fourth rights package, which is not going to happen, or to get their old package back, which is not going to happen, or to try to get some sort of remuneration in order to soften the blow of all the debt that their company has, which has had a quashing impact on their stock price.
Yes!
There's a lot of play here.
Miller again! Can he do it again?
Expensive game of chicken that WBD is
inside
playing.
the 25. Let's
Worst-case scenario
he has a pick, and now a fumble recovery.
The worst-case scenario is for the NBA
what about
to actually
dumps it down.
and for TNT
Fumble.
and WBD.
Barnes forces the fumble.
$1.9 billion
Miller recovers up the field for 21 yards.
But my guess is it will not play out.
I'm sorry.
Season.
I'm sorry.
Resolution prior to the start of the season.
Your take is the strongest that I've seen on this, because I've seen a lot of people theorize that the NBA is just going to find another package underneath a couch cushion and everybody's going to be happy. You're saying flatly this will not happen?
Yeah, I don't believe that Adam Silver has the votes for a fourth package. We talked on Nothing Personal and maybe on this show with Dominique and Paolo last week or 2 weeks ago about James Dolan and how angry he is, how he was the sole vote against the new media rights deals because he doesn't like that there's so many national games. It's hurting his RSN, which is MSG. So if you're going to create a fourth package, you're not going to take away from NBC or Disney. Those packages are done.
That actually worked for me
Amazon's
that
not going
time.
to sit back and watch their package get
So 2 more
decreased.
times
That's not
and
their
it's on.
intent.
What's
So the only way to do it is to take from your
Then you did
stable of
every
assets,
pass
which
is a
are
perfect
local
pass.
games. And I don't think Adam has the votes for that.
David, I keep hearing how WBD may take the NBA to court over this. They may sue them, may have to go to court. Is it kind of weird if you're going to take, the NBA to court to force them to continue to be your partner? Like, that's weird, no?
22
It's a funny concept, but people do it. It's called specific performance. It's when you sue somebody to say, hey,
That
you're
was
not
a
doing
nice
what you promised
ride.
you do, and I hate you, but please do what you promised you do. It's like forcing a spouse to stay married to you, or forcing a partner to stay in business with you, or forcing a co-host to stay doing shows with you when it's not what that co-host necessarily wants. You may be able to do it, but it's sort of ugly, and the end result is not going to be good.
A bit awkward. But, David, there is precedent. NBA TV uses RSN broadcast and then shoots it over to a studio team. This would be a diluted package, but it's not like it doesn't have a precedent. Do you think that that's a workaround?
You're talking about the old side-by-side. And that's a funny one where you can get it in the local market. The NFL does a lot of this. You don't worry, it's free over the air in your local markets. That was a lot of what the antitrust suit was about. I just don't think the NBA has the appetite for that, Mike. They have really worked hard to get these 3 packages, and I understand why WBD has to, in theory, save face.
What? I got put on my ass.
Will
What
rule
the
the day,
hell?
as they always do.
Yes, got him off the field. I didn't get my full momentum on this punt.
And they're in no mood. People talk about, they'll fight this to the death. They'll spend whatever it takes to make sure that they stay partners with the NBA because Charles Barkley's upset with them. That really doesn't come up when boards meet and they look with the CFO about what's happening with the company. So I just think that this is an intermediate step to try to get them a little face saving and a little bit of money.
David, if we believe that Barkley is actually going to retire in a year from now, does that matter to either side? Does it matter to the NBA when it comes to, we're going to accept your bid of matching? Should it matter to Warner Brothers Discovery as to whether or not they chose to match the deal?
John Skipper had a great line in the sporting class, which LinkedIn sponsored as Pablo, one of his things, the host of the sporting class. That made me smile. John Skipper had a very funny line about that, which is no one cares. Charles Barkley, he makes a lot of noise. The fans love him. He's got great ratings. People are watching. But when you're putting your package together, you want the games.
Yes!
You are
Carter is now in the zone!
Sports content. The ancillary programming that comes with it, it's fun to talk about, but it is not dispositive.
Every pass
anyway.
is
Let me be clear on the reference you just made, because the Sporting Class is the business podcast that you do with Skipper and Pablo. It appeared recently on Pablo Torre finds out, and you're telling me that the only thing that was sponsored by LinkedIn, was Pablo as the host of the sporting class? Is that what you're alleging?
No, I'm saying that the previous segment you did on your show was sponsored by LinkedIn, and part of that was LinkedIn resume, and part of Pablo's resume was host of the sporting class.
I'm glad all of that made you smile. What did you think of Cheryl Miller's comments that the WNBA is being undervalued, and did she say mistreated?
Yeah, well, that's what the union is coming out and saying. Now Cheryl Miller is trying to say that.
Wow,
and the reason why I'm smiling is they should be thanking their lucky stars that this 12-team league, which is going to be 14 teams, has a $200 million allocation to it.
Got a block.
From 40 plus 20, which was the old deal. 60. Now they're going to be at 200.
And I've broken this game wide open after being down.
And the reason I'm smiling is that Cheryl Miller is trying to claim, and the union in the WNBA
actually by 11, actually,
this is
18 to 7.
And what they're
17 to 6,
is that
all the way back.
For the rights
now 49 to 20. I'm
made it so if you want us, you're getting them too. It was not, hey, you're going to get the NBA. Anyone want to bid for the WNBA? No, it wasn't that. It was an amount of money that these networks were willing to spend.
190.
Allocation was decided by Adam Silver. His choice, his right, goes back to the networks and says $200 million of this is for the WNBA. And now people are all up in arms on what an underpay it is, not based on ratings, not based on desire, not based on anything but hope, aspiration, and fantasy. And I just am surprised that is the tack that the WNBA and its spokespeople are taking, because the other way to look at it is, wow, this is a great thing that the NBA is recognizing that the WNBA is worth more, that it's valued more, but we're now in the next 11 years going to grow up, and 11 years from now we're going to be on our own, and we're going to get a huge package on our own.
So David, are we supposed to believe then if Adam Silver didn't do that, the WNBA would not have gotten a deal that looked like this?
It's a guarantee. There's a reason why the WNBA is baked into the NBA deal, and why it was last deal, and why it still is this deal. We talked again on this show that this was going to be very telling whether or not the WNBA
Jones with a sack. We had Debo with one.
Will the WNBA be separated?
McDuffie had one.
Will they still fall
Jones had one. Davenport had one. Allen had one.
Clark or Angel
and Barnes with a half a sack.
They have. And don't get me wrong, there's incredible momentum, but when the rubber hits the road, the WNBA got tucked in under the NBA again.
Why is it hope, aspiration, though, and fantasy when we're all seeing that this is something that has more value than it did? And how should Adam Silver react to what Cheryl Miller is saying? Like, how do you imagine he thinks about those comments?
I think he'd rather her not talk at all, and my guess is he's being advised to say nothing and to just put a tourniquet around it. There will be a time when he needs to media when the deals are announced.
And why was McDuffie on the other side of the field
the actual deals
when the whole play was going left?
Very circumspect. There's more to do. He didn't mention the names of the companies. When there's a formal press conference, he will mention the WNBA, and he will mention them in glowing terms. What an amazing asset it is, how much it's growing, how proud he is. They're going from 12 teams to 14 teams over the next 2 years. The commissioner would like to see Engelbert up to more, 20 teams, 25 teams. They want to make it a full, thriving women's league.
It's better than Rook Aurora for the Falcons.
Too. And once it does, they'll be able to gauge their demand.
Or Michael Penix, and it almost sounds like penis.
There just wasn't the
What is the movie
you can't say penis on TV. I already knew that
to hear you say that, just because I believe that if it became an open case of putting the WNBA out there as a free agent, there would be a demand for it. Like there would be a demand.
I didn't say no demand, Dan. I said there would be a demand at the level of $200 million.
And I guess you can't know those things until you throw them into the streaming services, because I didn't think the NBA was going to be worth what it's worth. Everybody told me it wasn't going to be worth what it was worth, and then the NBA just held its ground and ended up.
I love this X Factor.
But that's also not right.
They got to bring this one back to Madden 24.
On the sporting class, predicted exactly what the new NBA deal would be, because he recognized the value and viewed it as a triple, meaning triple rights, and that's exactly what happened.
I'm gonna agree.
And by the way, if the WNBA did have an independent market, you can bet your bippy that it would have been independent, and that they would have gotten more than 200.
It's a bippy. But what is a bippy? What is a bippy?
He's done this. I think it's like a body part or something.
I don't know what a bippy is. I forget.
His YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Mike Ryan.
Oh,
wow. You'd like to grill your barbecue?
Tell me. I'll be quiet. I'll stand back. I'll listen for approximately 2.5
We shut up with these Miller Lite ads. Nobody cares.
Wow.
Yes, I said it because nobody likes that company anyway.
Let me give you a suggestion.
Ah, no!
Everybody in the audience, prepare their barbecue with Miller Lite.
I almost lost the momentum bar and the X Factor on one blade.
It was hot out. It was a perfect day for the pool. And what goes good with that? Miller time, of course. You know that's what I was getting at. I don't like debates. And that's why I go with Miller Lite, because it's got undebatable quality. Tastes as great as your barbecue.
I don't know about that. Did he keep repeating that? Let's see the replay. Let's see the replay. I don't know about that.
At only 96
Oh my god, that was a bullet pass.
When you're eating some barbecue outside with your family, with a Miller Lite in your hand, grilling doesn't just taste great. It tastes like Miller time. To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/Dan, or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces.
You're listening to DraftKings Network. This episode is brought to you by Experian. Are you paying for subscriptions you don't use, but can't find the time or energy to cancel them? Experian could cancel unwanted subscriptions for you, saving you an average of $270 per year, and plenty of time. Download the Experian app. Results will vary. Not all subscriptions are eligible. Savings are not guaranteed. Paid membership with connected payment account required.
No.
This is the Dan Levator Show with the Stugatz Podcast.
I want to cry.
Can we review?
That was actually a smarter decision. And being a tiny. If it was forward, it was a touchdown pass. If it was backward, it was a touchdown run. Fry was getting blasted.
That, which I never got. And I am on air.
Yeah, you're on air. I'm on air.
Yes, and that will do it. And there is your diet.
With a player
early in the third,
for Mike's cell
this
phone
game
number
out of reach and put the division on ice.
Sorry, not sorry.
I saw that. Hold on a second.
Yes.
Get to that. Chris Coates.
And it was a good drive too.
You might like Zazzle.
I hate going for it because it never works most of the time, but sometimes I just like to be a little aggressive.
Hey, good for
Wow,
you. You're on air.
he knows the game is glitching, and it's such an old game that in the 8th season of the actual franchise, the graphics are backwards on that big old jumbotron.
I mean, would you attend their wedding? The answer is sometimes we send out invites that are fishing for a gift. I totally get that. And frankly, sometimes people invite you and they don't want you to come to the wedding. I love Danny. I can't imagine that he wants me to share his nuptials with him.
Put it on the poll, please, at Lebitard Show. Have you ever sent out an invite?
I particularly like this formation because it never really works per se, and you can get dusted on least on a dig route, on a Mills concept, which is a post route and a wheel route.
100%.
And I don't like that. I don't like this. I don't like this formation, but part of the defense. I gotta use it.
Birthday? Is Zaslow invited to that?
Honestly, he hadn't come up because he's like fill-in, so he's not here as often. I mean, it might be like that is.
No, that's true, but it doesn't matter. Fill-in's on air, right?
No, I think you came up with you make a good point.
David, let me ask you something. If Greg Cody, direct quote, if Greg Cody says, "Screw it," everyone who is on air is invited.
Ronnie Poe and Allen gets another sack. He has now 2 for the game.
All the guests that appear. He's talking about the core.
Wait, did he say he threw the ball in quintuple coverage and it was caught?
Are you anywhere on those tiles?
Wow,
this is awkward.
Wow. He's pulling tile rank.
I don't think so. Is Samson on one of the tiles?
No.
Tiles either?
No, but a bunch of discontinued shows are.
Hold on. That was quintuple coverage.
I saw the documentary. I could have been better. I didn't talk to enough people. I wanted them to talk to have more of a range of people, but I did think it was a well done documentary.
I I think that the story is incredible, and I think
I thought that was going to be picked like 3 or 4 times.
He had a line at the end where he talked about how the line keeps
259 and 3 touchdowns. If I throw another one, I'm going to pull Aaron Carter so he doesn't lose his momentum.
So many times from COVID on till today.
Tyler.
And he had a very interesting point about Louis C.K. And the documentary talks about what he did, which the story is just unbelievable.
This playbook,
it's not as crazy as Harvey, but it's right up there. Really? And because I never viewed Louis C.K. in the light and having the power that Harvey
I had to hurry up and get away. I'm not trying to lose my momentum.
Disgusting, ridiculous stuff. And then he doubled down on it when he made his return only 8 or 9 months after being canceled by saying, hey, that's my thing.
Get up! Why did you do secure catch? You needed 11 yards!
Wait a minute. You're not allowed to do that thing. We can all do a bunch of things. You can have your own thing, but your thing better not interrupt or be offensive to people's ability to function or live or ruin their lives. And his thing did that. And that bothers me.
How did you overthrow Callaway?
I thought that if anyone was to sort of try and figure out how to manage however it is that you manage the public space.
Damn you, AJ Terrell!
Do it, and I didn't think he did it.
He's in the zone for the rest of the
just dismissing it as his kink when it affects other people, and you sort of need consent if you're going to, masturbating in front of people without, and you have the power over them like that.
And what struck me
Stop sending me junk now, damn it.
And obviously he likes to touch the third rail from time to time. But for him, the way he did the victim blaming, saying just hang up the phone if you don't like what somebody's saying, just walk out of the room. So many comedians came to Louis C.K.'s defense during this occurrence. It just made me crazy that how can anyone actually think that way? Because comedy is when you tell the truth and when you make people laugh or think about things they otherwise wouldn't think of, and they say, wow, that's funny, that makes sense. There is no world where it's funny to call someone on the phone and start yerking your ear. It's hard to imagine.
What is it that you found interesting?
What the hell?
About it? Well done, poorly done. Would you recommend it, the documentary?
I would recommend it if you're not read the articles. I didn't know enough about the story. So for documentaries, my criteria is that did I learn something that I didn't know? Could it have been presented better with more guests, with more interviews? Of course, but I just learned a lot more and then did some more reading after, and that to me makes
both me and the Panthers have put up 56 points.
And it will inform you as you decide about artist versus art, and that's a subject that really comes up a lot these days.
I feel a bit flimsy in lobbing the criticism that I wish they had talked to more people, because what becomes evident in both that documentary and the one on Spacey is you're already a victim, and then once you start talking about it, happened with Weinstein as well. Once you start talking about it, you become all the more of a victim because of the way you end up getting attacked. I know that people know that in theory. To watch human beings under the duress of it when they become defined by this thing Louis C.K. did to them without their consent, when it becomes something that becomes a stain on who their identity is, and then on top of that they get attacked because people really like Louis C.K. and they don't want to believe some of this stuff. When victims become all the more victims is one of the things that I get most uncomfortable around this. The lack of support.
Oh my God, he actually spun.
Have a dog in the actual intimacy of what it is that's happening.
Yeah, he had to be injected in the game
here, and so and God knows what else men have when it comes to loneliness and hang-ups with women that makes them attack women when they're victims.
Some people disparage my man.
Tough to watch that the women who were the victims, they were painted.
I had to deal with that dude all the time when he was with the Falcons. That dude tore my sense of new ass every time.
And that's part of the story, but we put it in a way that Louis C.K. comes out like, hey, everything's fine. I'm rich, getting richer, still good. Everyone loves me.
Yes, the Buccaneers are losing. Yes.
Guts to go forward to the New York Times.
Yes, and they're getting boat race,
in this documentary.
Let's go.
It was filmed in
that means they have if I win, oh wow, what?
Allowed to recover.
Did my lineman just hurdle a man? This is Barnes actually his first sack of the game.
No,
did he just hurdle a man?
Like,
yes, let's go.
Had their lives ruined by being Louis C.K. adjacent. That's what happened.
to the...
And I give credit to Mike Schur as well for him to relive his decision-making process with Parks and Rec and having to examine the decisions that he makes as someone who is in charge of fame. That's when you're a great writer and producer, you are a star maker, and you've got to be careful which star you make, and sometimes you're going to get it wrong. And his desire to go back on film, because I hadn't really seen him in a documentary before, to go back on film and discuss this, I thought was a brave choice.
Well, because he felt like he was part of the problem, because it was an open secret. Everyone knew it, and no one did anything about it. Everyone knew it and expected someone else to do something about it. On the Spacey documentary, Samson, one of the things that I thought was most interesting they had
Madden,
camera.
I'm winning this game. You're not coming back. Why is my momentum bar going down?
Getting on camera
I'm up by 30, 27, 29 points.
Were telling this Marine who had been subject to assault from
Spacey.
They were saying, I would have done this, I would have done that. And he's like, no, you wouldn't have. You wouldn't have done any of what it is that you say you
What the hell? Lost my momentum bar. What the hell?
The interview and he was cursing himself because of how powerless he felt in the face of being subject to someone else's power and not feeling like he could do anything about it.
If you watch a documentary, if this guy didn't say anything in that spot, you can't really armchair quarterback that one.
I thought it was super interesting the way all of that was framed. They take a Marine who is, he's even sitting in a way that says to you, I'm on the cusp of Green Beret masculinity, however it is that you define masculinity. And that guy was having all sorts of trouble and felt the need to talk about how powerless he felt and had to walk off of camera and start cursing himself because he couldn't keep under control how it is that he felt powerless in the face of tiny Kevin Spacey.
I gotta tell you, I don't want to watch either of these films. It makes me feel so awful just hearing you talk about it. Like, it's so morbid. I'm sure it's really well done. I don't want to sit there and watch this, and then I want to sit in a corner.
Why did it?
In a ball and just cry. I don't want to watch either of these films.
I'm about to cut you, my dude.
I didn't continue watching it because
your accuracy sucks.
I asked myself at a certain point, like, why am I?
How do I lose momentum? I'm winning this game. I'm not coming back.
Because I kind of know Spacey's side of things, and now I'm just kind of rubbernecking someone else's assault. Which
I'm just going to put back in Aaron Carter
about it today because it's the 26th anniversary.
And stop doing the same damn formation.
No, Kevin Spacey says there's an allegation from this individual that Kevin Spacey was pleasuring himself when they went to the movie theaters to watch Saving Private Ryan during that scene, which is kind of a Mandela effect because it's not the opening scene, but it's kind of considered the opening scene. And Spacey's defense was, I've never seen Saving Private Ryan.
I don't think that ostrich head in the sand defense is one that we should use here, Zaz. I think that just because you don't want something to exist, you can't turn away and make it not exist. I think it's important for these stories to be told. And the documentary you're talking about is Spacey Unmasked.
Damn, it's already 7:45.
And Kevin Spacey has been on PR 101 as he's been fighting that documentary and trying to get his life back, claiming poverty and that he wants another chance and that he was never convicted and he was actually acquitted in England, and it is worth watching because it will just broaden your horizons.
Well, I don't feel like it's head in the sand.
Yeah, I don't want
evil, see no evil. I know
I'm so glad that cop got arrested. Even his commanding officer was so fucking disgusting. He was just like, just don't even come to station. Just hand me your badge, hand me your gun. You're never being a cop ever again. Because to shoot and kill an unarmed black woman because she called the cops because she thought someone was breaking into her house is one of the most disgusting things I've ever read. And a lot of white folks were pissed, and rightfully so. They were pissed.
The murder podcast industry is doing great, so it seems like
there's too much of this going on.
More information
and
on morbid stuff.
And I have a lot of white friends, and a couple of them have been racially profiled.
Tell me. I'll be quiet. I'll stand back.
Because one of them, two of them are women, so they were profiled because of the fact that they were gender, and I was like, what?
Let me give you a suggestion.
They literally were pulled over just because they were women, and they thought, they don't know any better.
I've been doing a lot of travel lately.
They don't know how to drive. They don't have all the information. And even when they gave the right information to the cops, they still were put in handcuffs. One of them was body slammed. And I was like, what the hell?
And that's why
I was there out to beat that cop's ass.
Quality. It tastes as great as
There's
your barbecue.
no
It's
point
delicious,
you got a
everything with it. You
tase.
don't
I'm
need
like,
a full
you
ton
got
of
shot. I'm like,
nachos.
do I look like I give a shit? I want to protect my family and my friends from anything.
Perfect.
Fuck the bullshit.
Some barbecue.
Man, I come off as that type of person. If I have to be a violent person, it doesn't fucking matter.
To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/Dan, or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces.
Don Levitard.
We got a Freeney Hardaway.
Freeney? Who's a Freeney Hardaway?
I was trying to read fast. Dean's on the team. Luke Jackson, Bobby Jones, The Matrix, Sean Marion,
Stugats.
Shaq, Parker, Chris Quinn, D. Wade, Jason Williams, they're all right. I mean, stacked roster.
This is the Don Levitard Show with the Stugats.
Oh, thank you. That was a weird glitch.
Tony, you are in the midst of graduating from a selfish toddler of a...
That one is one of my favorite bits.
An adult who raises a child. You know how you are.
.com/Dan, or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer.
Shut up with the beer commercials.
Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces.
You want people to make money, right? Yes,
we got a Freeney Hardaway.
And Penny Hardaway. I'm just killing the part on purpose.
I was trying to read fast. Dean's on the team. Luke Jackson, Bobby Jones, The Matrix, Sean Marion,
Stugats.
Zoe, Shaq, so much Parker, Chris Quinn, D. Wade, Jason Williams, they're all right. I mean, stacked
more
roster.
than 15 right now, so that to be
with the
positive play
Stugats.
Jet Chip Dagger.
Tony, you are in the midst of graduating from a selfish toddler of a child into
You've been talking to my wife?
An adult who
What's happening right now?
Who raises a child. You know how
someone else is undercutting Tony.
You know how you've changed, Billy, since you've become a dad. You've become somebody.
What
Even though
the hell was
brag about your
that?
BMI index, you become a dad.
Just BMI index if you're a dad.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. It's like an ATM machine. That's my
Breaks attack when it's on the 25 inside and 200.
But Tony, you are now on the precipice of becoming a father and making dad purchases. Are you doing?
Dan, I'm glad you brought that up. 5 months away from becoming a dad to a baby girl. Which is
I'm
crazy.
winning this game.
Like it's
okay,
I'm just
man.
in shock.
Right. Another pick by Terrell.
I made my first dad purchase over the weekend, and I am glad
Zach
the boys and the dads in this room. The boy bought a grill.
Wow.
My first dad purchase, I bought a grill. Yep.
It's not a preparation for a baby though.
I didn't say. First off, I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was.
30 seconds for Allen. Run it out for
giving us a baby.
One for Clark, one for Davenport, one for Jones. You would a diva.
You bought a grill?
Yeah, I bought a grill.
Since the dawn of mankind, man has debated what is the best way to grill.
Exactly right.
Go charcoal, some go propane.
Some people just celebrate a Wednesday,
but no matter
Texas style.
No matter what you do, just make sure there's a Miller Lite in your hand.
Trust me, there will be many Miller Lites. I got a Blackstone. You guys heard of the Blackstone before? It's a flat top griddle. That's like
it's a plancha.
But you can do a bunch of stuff.
That's
on
what they call it, planchas.
Yes, Billy.
Let's go.
Your wife being pregnant.
You could just.
I wanted the user interception, but I'll take the user swap. I've actually never done that before.
All right.
In an actual regular season, I've done it like 9 times in regular preseason.
Those things are awesome.
I never did it in a regular season.
You gotta like clean those things because you gotta deal with rust.
He's talking about kids.
No, I'm talking about his Blackstone.
The Blackstone.
Like it's a lot of
cast iron grill.
A lot of upkeep. You gotta like oil that thing down afterwards so it doesn't get all rusty.
Hell yeah.
I do love those things, but it's a lot of work.
It's gonna show me, in the future of how to take care of a kid, taking care of the Blackstone. Gotta clean it, gotta do the right thing to it.
Equivalent, yeah. I have to clean the grill more, honestly. Similar. You don't have to watch kids that much.
I'm at a real loss here. I didn't realize there was a debate between propane and charcoal. I thought charcoal was the correct way to grill.
No, I got propane, but people...
that combo was
They give me the side eye because I have propane.
Well, but I thought...
See, I think I'm afraid of propane. I had a neighbor years ago where all of a sudden you just heard a big boom and it was their propane tank exploding.
Listen, I think we can all agree on whether it's propane or charcoal, whatever. Miller Lite is the perfect beer.
For a light beer,
That's the whole
tastes
point.
as good as your
That's what
barbecue.
everybody's been saying.
Make your barbecue time.
Let's do it right.
I do want to just, you say it's been an age-old debate since the invention of the grill. I was under the impression that it's always better to cook with charcoal. That charcoal.
Why? There's nothing to chat.
It's super hot. Hey, you don't use it. It's too hot now. You gotta let
Tony's
it
a
come down
dad.
a little.
Tony's a dad now. What's the best way
I
to
use single coverage.
I got a black stove, so I don't need to worry about charcoal. I got the flat top grill. I got the propane. Let that thing go.
To be honest, who cares about charcoal and propane? You're telling me you could pass the Pepsi challenge? You make a hamburger on each of them. You're gonna
really
switch?
Pick by the deep of the line.
Absolutely, certainly with a hibachi.
With the charcoal, you taste like the smoke.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
The smash burger and hibachi grill, you put the little onions on them.
I think I can pass the Pepsi challenge.
It's kind of snobbish.
I believe that you guys are unfamiliar with how fulfillment works, where if things take longer, sometimes you appreciate them more because they are better made.
Yep, Toxie, I'm gonna bench you again.
I eat everything out of the fridge cold because I can't wait for it in the microwave. I eat it cold right out of the fridge.
Because the microwave takes too much time.
Yeah, it is. I need to have it right away.
The microwave.
What does Big Microwave have to say about that criticism?
Can't wait. I'll take it right out of the fridge. I eat it right out of the Tupperware. I eat it cold.
Do it at the end of the season. I'm just gonna bench him for the rest of the year.
Pasta. Yep. Love it cold. Obviously pizza for sure.
Cold pizza works.
I'll take chicken parm right out of the fridge. I'll eat it cold. I don't care. I don't have time for that microwave. I don't have time.
Put it on the poll, please.
I'm about to eat these pizzas a little bit. Man, I'm hungry.
Lasagna for sure. Lasagna cold is awesome. Pizza cold is awesome.
Turn on the microwave.
This way?
Yeah.
What about meats?
Well, I just told you like chicken parm. I'll eat chicken. I'll eat the chicken.
I feel like a chicken breast just cold, just like.
No, chicken parm.
I know. You eat only chicken parm. You don't eat any other chicken ever.
Well, yeah, no. If it's like grilled chicken, I'm not gonna eat that cold. That's a little bit gross the next day. But a hamburger, I'll take a hamburger right out of the fridge cold. Like I barbecued it on my propane gas tank the day before. I'll take it out of the fridge. I'll even throw it on a bun. I'll eat it cold.
I think you're really wrong when you think you can't tell the difference in taste between.
Are you a fucking barbarian?
Charcoal burger. I think you.
Who eats burgers cold?
I agree.
I don't even do that. I'm black.
Usually up for debate is where's the best place that I can get my tickets, and let me tell you something, that is now undebatable. That's how I see it, because I downloaded the Game Time app. I created an account and I used the code Dan, and I got $20 off my first purchase. That applies to you. Use code DAN. You get $20 off your first purchase. If you want any hot ticket, it's summer concert season. Zach Bryan was just in town. I know a lot of people wanted to go to that. It was a sold-out show. Guess what? You can go to Game Time, use that promo code Dan when you create an account, get $20 off. You get to see what your seat looks like. You get the lowest price guarantee. Game Time will match that price that you find somewhere else. If you can find a lower one, 110%. 110%. That's the type of effort that I like to see from my secondary ticket marketplace. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. That is promo code DAN.
So I've heard a lot of the guys here talk about securing the perimeter.
Yeah.
That's been something that's been brought up in my dad class, where you got to make sure that the perimeter is secure.
Every night, just go out back, check out.
This is when I learned that Chris, Billy, and Mike were all getting to a different age and responsibility when they started wandering around their lawn at night, securing the perimeter of their house.
Like making sure you're safe.
Well, yeah, I secured it yesterday. Pool guy left the gate open. I got a dog that's celebrating her 12-year birthday today. God bless you, Roma. You've let so much light into my life. But I almost lost her yesterday. But thank heavens I secured that perimeter.
So with securing the perimeter, obviously we're moving into a new house. We're moving from a condo to a house. So now I have more responsibilities. There's a sliding glass door. There's a front door. There's a lot of doors, Dan. I got to make sure that all of them secure. So I bought specific locks, new locks for the doors. Another dad purchase.
You got that piece of wood for the sliding glass door? What do you got?
Yeah, it's actually a metal steel pole.
Yeah, that's a
steel pole. But I also
can't mess with perfection.
What?
Like they've never been able to top it. I still they can provide third blocks for it. I'm still putting that wood plank down.
Why couldn't you get into that back door? Yeah, the pole.
The steel pole couldn't do it.
Put it on the pole.
He was like, you used to do it every time.
Is a dad purchase because it seems to be something that is
a food purchase.
What does my kid need in a couple months?
How about this? An adult.
If you feed your kid in a couple months hamburgers, the child's gonna take it.
You're gonna grill a steak and can give it to your
So he's not
infant
eventually. Cool.
We're gonna have Pete Rose on here eventually at some point.
User Shack, that was the easiest second year for Jordan Miller, who I'm actually
he was going back to save
I actually
or getting
forgot.
away. We're reporting 11:15. Matt Sullivan has found him. We think.
Wow.
Okay, so the capsized boat, the boat that was capsized by a whale, and we accused that kid of fleeing the premises immediately. We have secured the kid who discovered this, and we're going to find out whether he was circling back around to help the capsized boat or whether he was just getting out of there because the whales were attacking. Now, we're going to get a hold of that kid. Pete Rose, though, I was also told Bill Lawrence was supposed to show up at some point today, and he was going to bring an actor. Roy informed me of this.
What?
Roy out of nowhere said that Bill Lawrence was coming, and I said an actor, and he's like, yeah, maybe Vince Vaughn, because the Bad Monkey is coming out on Apple.
Vince Vaughn may show up.
This is what brought
in studio or just like in the Zoom?
No, in studio. That Bill Lawrence was around.
I'll text Roy. Wait, Vince Vaughn? Did
Vince Vaughn is coming here? I'll text Bill if you want, Dan. I watched Anchorman last night. Dorothy Mantooth is a saint.
I saw for the first time Anchorman 2. I had never seen Anchorman 2.
And the Division. Let's go!
That's the most star power I've ever seen.
I'm so happy. Let's go.
It is pretty crazy. I'm watching them in succession now because I'm enjoying my experience with Anchorman so much. It'd been a good decade since I'd seen it.
It was 20 years ahead of its time, making fun of the news and everything.
Yeah, I mean, some of it you're like, okay, well, that's not as funny. Comedy is so difficult to age with.
What a catch by Fry!
The timing of it. His perfect performances are great. And I'm excited to see Anchorman 2 to see if I come out on the other side because it was such a difficult act to follow that most people kind of had the same opinion of Anchorman 2 is that it's not as good, but I wonder if that the way that Ace Ventura When Nature Calls.
Damn it, he has 4
because
picks.
no one loved it when it came out. And now you watch it, that's the funniest one.
Did anyone give them a window on what time to get here? Because it's very us for Vince Vaughn to show up here at 2:15 and no one's here.
It was very strange for Roy to say out of nowhere that this was what was happening with our guest list. It's not something that... Look, I've been told that Pete Rose is going to be for 4 different shows, so I don't know if any of this is actually going to happen, but Pete Rose is supposed to happen today.
That's why you don't run in the house.
3-year-old Pete Rose joining us, the hit king, Charlie Hustle.
Well,
I tell y'all all the fucking time, but no one fucking listens to me. I keep fucking telling you, stop. God damn.
Behind
on the hockey show,
but
right?
no one want to fucking listen. He's like, I'm be too in my own room.
Will Vince Vaughn need any questions for Pete Rose?
Like Vince Vaughn may accidentally crash because Miami, and then he's going to be talking to a local Miami comptroller about corruption.
Done with this. We don't want this shit to be over.
Foot girls.
God damn, bro.
Can I ask all of you guys about whether or not you're interested in what some people are saying is going to be the movie event, must be the movie event of the summer? You're combining Deadpool and Wolverine. Yes. I have told you before that the Guardians of the Galaxy and Deadpool are the first times that I've been interested in this kind of movie because of how extraordinary I think the writing is for the Deadpool character in Guardians of the Galaxy. Wolverine is combining these two elements isn't something I would have thought to do. But this week that movie opens, and it opens with a great deal of expectation
and hope. I think most people are kind of like me in that Marvel fatigue. These movies are not as good as they once were, and I think a lot of that can be explained. We're outside the spoiler region, and that a lot of the characters that you've grown to love are no longer a part of the universe. So it's going to be curious to see how Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman kind of save this whole concept because it is in desperate need of saving.
I'm very excited. I got my tickets already. I bought my tickets a couple of weeks ago. I'm going tomorrow. I have to see it as soon as it comes out. I can't wait.
Does anyone else here, though, think it's an unusual...
I literally pressed the button and it doesn't even give it a damn animation. Just perfect.
Story.
Just perfect.
The whole franchise.
It's canon within the comic book. In fact, this is not the first time Deadpool and Wolverine have been in a movie together. Ryan Reynolds had a failed attempt, what is considered a failed attempt in a poorly reviewed version.
That's not a good movie.
No, it's a bad one. But they have been flirting with this concept of bringing the characters together for a long time, and it was thought that after Hugh Jackman retired the character with Logan, which was was well received, which is a rarity for a Fox Marvel movie, that we'd never see this. But then the multiverse thing happened.
What the fuck?
It opened up.
How the hell they get momentum right? This game is over.
This Wolverine that you're seeing portrayed by Hugh Jackman
this game is
the
over.
One from that whole universe.
Oh, you know that's
and surprisingly, they shut me out for the
in the trailer.
quarter.
They're like, this Wolverine let down his whole world. So, all right, we'll see. This is an acknowledgement that it needs fixing. It's also
I've been completely shut out of this fourth quarter. Somehow, I'm still gonna win this game by multiple scores, and I clinched the division. Let's go!
Enlarged skeleton of Ant-Man, and Ryan Reynolds says, "Wow, Blood finally aged." So there's a lot of things that are going to be unique to the Disney versions of Marvel movies in this one.
I'm into it. I have a Bill Lawrence update.
I
texted Roy after everything you guys said. Is Bill Lawrence coming here?
Over.
His response:
Yes,
yes, he is planning on bringing a guest sometime in the next couple of weeks. Don't have a date yet.
If you're a pet parent like me, you know about Chewy. And when they say they have everything you need to keep your pet happy and healthy, they are not messing around. Chewy has over 100,000 products from all the brands that Willow loves. At prices that I love.
I lost my momentum bar for
beds,
that.
you name it, they have it. And it gets shipped directly to your door in 1 to 2 days. Whenever I bring Willow to work at the Levitard show, I have to bring some of her favorite toys and treats with her. She loves liver treats, lamb hearts, all the good stuff. And Chewy has all of it. It's so easy to shop on Chewy. You just search through their thousands of products, find what your dog likes, and then you can auto ship it, which is a huge time saver. And it gives you peace of mind that if you need some food or treats last minute, it'll be there in a couple days. Chewy has everything you need to keep your pet happy and healthy. And right now, you can save $20 on your first order and get free shipping by going to chewy.com/Dan. That's chewy.com/Dan to save $20 on your first order with free shipping. Chewy.com/Dan. Minimum purchase required. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply. See site for complete details.
The Levitard.
How do people always go missing in the mountains?
No, go to the mountains. And by the way, I don't want to put racism. This is the most white people thing ever. Going missing in the middle of the mountains.
It's the strangest thing. You go by yourself. You don't take a radio. You don't take a phone. You're missing for 4 days.
How fitting it would have been a touchdown pass,
10 years later, covered in snow.
yards, pretty
Don't
much.
go by yourself if you're going to go on a trip.
Is it the whitest person?
500 yards, really?
That's what you called it? Going into the woods by yourself. Is it going into the woods?
Days, and how do people always go missing in the mountains?
That's chewy.com/Dan to save $20 on your first order with free shipping. Chewy.com/Dan. Minimum purchase required. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply. See site for complete details.
The Levitard.
How do people always go
Go
missing in the
mountains. Go to the mountains.
And by the way, I don't want to be racist. This is the
most white people thing ever.
Going missing in the middle of the mountains. It's the strangest thing. You go by yourself. You don't take a radio. You don't take a phone. You're missing for 4 days, and they find you like 10 years later, covered in snow. And it's like, don't go by yourself. If you're gonna go on a trail, don't go by yourself.
Stugats.
That is the worst.
Whitest person thing ever, I believe is what you call going into the woods by yourself. Is going into the woods by yourself.
I can't disagree with that, man.
I can't disagree with that.
I mean, so black people.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, black people don't hike. They don't camp. They don't go out into the woods. This is the Levitard
Clinch
show
the division,
with the
baby.
Stugats.
What?
We get to not Vince Vaughn and not Bill Lawrence. The captain of a nearby boat on a video that we show.
Browns lost somehow. Closely in the division. Just in the division.
Boat out of the water.
Bears in the division. Vikings in the division. I'm in my division. How the hell did I not clinch it? I clinched the playoff spot. Let's go! It's because I lost that game against the Panthers. Fuck.
Tony.
But I have more wins in conference.
Old-timey sports radio. Stugats right now
clinched the playoff spot.
Because his love.
Who do the Panthers play? That's the question. That's the question.
This is what WFAN does. I wanted to have a conversation with you guys about what happened and has happened most recently with the disappearance of Max Kellerman. Max Kellerman, who has vanished as the sports media debate ecosystem has shaken enough that Zaslow pointed at his television earlier and just said that guy when pointing at Skip Bayless. People left bereft of whatever that following is. Right before football season, Skip Bayless is going to be gone. Max
no wonder Kyler in the Cardinals won. Yeah, six touchdown passes and 1 rushing touchdown too.
They tried to kill
more than that mark. 315 yards receiving and 3 touchdowns. Toby Jordan had 2 by his damn self.
I believe ESPN's strategy of figuring out that most
who pissed off the Panthers? Who pissed them off? They put up 28 in the third quarter.
Burt Magnus talks about, well,
and some 3. Yeah, 5 picks for Barrett. That would do it. They basically eliminated themselves from playoff contention.
What it is has changed at ESPN. Where
Baker had 3 touchdowns. Boutte had a touchdown. Even DJ Moore.
And they don't have to give the Max Kellermans of the world the morning radio slot. Max Kellerman was a prodigy in this business. Max Kellerman
miss that guy so much.
Exhibit A on how you have to be careful about how disposable the pieces can be, because before Around the Horn, he hosted IMAX on ESPN. Before PTI, he hosted IMAX. And the way he got replaced was, I'm more valuable than this. And they said, no, you're not. Tony Reale was an intern on Pardon the Interruption. They went physically down the hallway, got the guy who happened to be there, and he's hosted that show for 20 years since.
Yeah, he hosted Around the Horn. He said IMAX, which is where he went to when he went on Fox Sports Net.
Yeah. Forgive me. Yes,
they played the Packers. We played the Colts. The Packers are not a good team. The Colts, they could possibly clinch a playoff spot with a win.
He was a prodigy. He was a prodigy of sports television.
The Jaguars are done. They're not going to be playoffs in the Lions. They're already been eliminated.
Yes, and he has. I will tell this story. I don't think you guys know this story either.
I can give you an answer on what's happened to him, by the way.
I have an answer, and I know what's happened to him because it's what they tried to do to us. I don't believe when we were negotiating at the end with ESPN over our intellectual property, I don't believe they know that the amount of value that they were giving us in those negotiations. When I was in those negotiations, I was coming to realize, they don't know that these feeds are this valuable. But the most scared I was during those negotiations.
Close to the division, and they can win with the division win and the Titans Texans loss.
What they did do to Max Kellerman,
everybody else has been eliminated. Raiders can first division with a win, and the Chiefs lost.
And not have to work.
Vikings can win their division with a win, and the Bears lost.
For 18 months.
We can win our division with a win, and the Panthers lost.
How all of that goes as you try to reinvent it after 18 months. That's a long time.
Lions in the division. Cardinals have already been eliminated.
ESPN was doing.
The Packers are 6-9. They've already been eliminated. So this is a tough one because the Panthers should easily beat the Packers. They're a bad team. We should easily beat the Titans, but the Colts, but the Colts, they're leading the division, so that's going to be a tough game. If we win, we eliminate any possibility of anybody leapfrogging us in the division for the comes to the division lead. If we lose, it's going to be hard for us to
6 a.m. to 10 a.m. and then a show at 2 p.m. as well on television. Impossible.
Yeah, there are worse situations than being paid like the entirety of your contract for this.
It's going to be hard to win by 17 points against a Colts team that is actually really good. They're underrated when it comes to their defense.
What has happened to him recently?
I only found out because Dan was wondering aloud, and I saw a clip that he should be re-emerging soon because the term is about to lapse.
Gotcha.
And I was just sort of throwing in front of the audience the idea of here was a person, unquestionably a star at ESPN. Unquestionably, I would say a star since he was 15 or 16 years old on New York Access Television doing boxing expertise. Somebody who had sophisticated knowledge on a variety of different subjects, and how quickly someone of even that name value in a changing industry can be replaced. And the reason I bring it up to you, Zaslow, is because I believe what ESPN has done in general with radio, while trying to profit off of the remaining embers that there are in this economy, is find a person who is a professional radio host, and you don't have to go pay the person. You don't even have to make them an employee. Just make them a content contract appearance-based person and do it in a way that is maximum professional, but you don't need name value. We will roll through here people who are good radio hosts.
I think I've gotten lucky in that regard. I've been with ESPN Radio for almost a year now, and I think what's going on now is probably different than what was going on before, where and I started doing stuff with them when they changed the lineup to the most recent lineup. It feels like they hired radio people all across their day part, all across their lineup.
I'm a fan of what they're doing because
it's radio people now, and that's where I've been able to fit in because, like, I'm a radio person and I got my shtick, but I feel like I've been doing it long enough now that everyone's kind of in on the joke. But I don't know if I'd have been able to do what I'm doing right now with ESPN Radio if it was 2 years ago. I feel like it's in a really good place where I have gotten lucky with the time.
Yeah, and I'm going to try to be careful to navigate this because you do work on ESPN, but ever since they went on that licensing deal, when we were at ESPN, we suck out, I think in large part due to them realizing with Mike and Mike, we can put two talents together that we're not really sure where they fit in. Let's put them on radio and magic will happen. Well, those guys were unique. Those guys were ultra talented and they had a really good chemistry. What they got away from was usually you have proving grounds locally and then you get the network gig and you have refined your chemistry through years and years. What it became all too often, and many of our friends were stuck in this situation, is, all right, well, you have this new talent deal over at ESPN. There's some language there about audio. We'll figure out what to do. And they'll just pair strangers together all too often and they have to work out the chemistry. And that takes a really long time. Remember about the first year of our show, Dan? Like, if we were in a high pressure situation on an ESPN radio marquee, I don't know if our show survives if they just put you in a room with another talent and say, hey, figure this out, and you are ultra talented.
Given, I would not describe myself that way. Given,
you're one of the goats when it comes to audio, dude. Don't sell yourself short.
Given, this is where it is that I think some of these things are interchangeable.
Stop doing auto quality settings.
That is unusual is an audience stickiness that I don't believe will go where Bayless goes. For example, the allegiances that you need, the intimacy that makes sports radio something that is different. You have to be careful with that, even when you're Colin Cowherd. Somebody who's got allegiances, because you need the allegiances to be so strong that you feel like you know this person and you're spending 3 hours a day with them, and if they're replaced by someone else, you don't want someone else. But the thing that I wanted to present to you guys, if we'd gotten stuck with what you're saying is a desirable scenario, which is, hey, pay me for 18 months to not work, and I had to, like Anchorman, appear from the bar disheveled and blow into a conch shell to assemble my news team again, because all of us had gone in our different directions for 18 months, and I now had to go get Billy and Roy and Mike and Chris from whatever they were doing over those 18 months. What other jobs do you think you guys would have gotten into? Because
it would have to be unrelated. So, like, longshoreman is back in play.
Just hemorrhaging money and poker.
Yeah. It's not like I could pop up at Jefferson Pilot Sports. It would be the express language that I couldn't be doing that. So maybe super follows, cameos.
Cameo would be Shaq. OnlyFans.
Billy, if I'm blowing into the conch shell, Billy, news team assemble, where is it that I would have been pulling
I think I'm still working in the industry.
Like language says, like
I didn't have a contract. I could have.
But
I would have just moved.
Yeah, that's true. You could have just gone.
Yeah.
You would have moved out of Florida?
If I had to for work.
Where is the industry right now? Can the industry outside of, I'm talking about sports radio.
A lot of it resides in South Florida, given the ESPN lineup in terms of the talent.
Zoned out.
But again, it's more of a licensing deal. The industry, Sugats is exploring what the industry looks like right now in a market where radio is still like strong, which is kind of like it's always going to matter in New York. There's such an identity tied to their local radio. It's a bit different over there, but we're all trying to figure it out. Look, we thought the industry was headed a certain place, and then we quickly learned that while we have our audio feeds, we also have to transition a little bit more and lean into video and build that out robustly. There was a strategy. We did have that offer, but we felt it imperative to continue the momentum of the show, because in a free, open market, it's harder to argue, hey, we're going to be a success outside of ESPN if you haven't already shown it. And thankfully, we grew our audio audience after we left ESPN, and that was the bet that we made.
I would have done a little this, a little that. You know,
little import export.
Yeah,
my man.
Yeah, Tony was at ESPN for a great deal after we had left.
I would have just been blowing into a conch shell, and Chris would have been wandering in from the Dania Highlight Poker tournament on a.
When you put it that way, there might be some regret. Because there is a certain
JT greatest, two greatest ones.
romanticization of that.
I will tell you that Kellerman is relieved to not be sprinting on a treadmill anymore the way that he was. Can you imagine Zazzle? We all saw Zazzle age about 18 years and 18 months.
I slowed down the process over the last couple of years,
but
right?
Morning radio. Wait till you see.
Right?
Wait till you see how.
Correct. That's great.
With me.
When you see Stugatz come in here on Monday, he's gonna be broken from 3 days of not having the stamina for morning radio.
Are we sure he's gonna be here Monday? Because I keep getting asked for planning purposes. I'm like, I didn't know he wasn't gonna be here this week.
There is one time, and this is like, if you're a fan of us, a legacy listener, you might know who Brandon Guzio is. Brandon Guzio told me one time he did go to
I was
Defoe's
thinking
house.
about him the other day.
I was thinking about him too, and I'm thinking about him right now because he told me like one time he went to Defoe's apartment and there was his TV was a small TV, it was on a racing TV channel, and it was on top of a mini fridge. And there is a multiverse version of me where that's my life, and I'm not upset with it.
I don't think Depot's got any problem.
No,
with that.
Depot had to figure it out. He figured it out, man. He's at a car dealership doing trivia, saying the time.
He divorced himself from every relationship and society so that he could sit in front of a television that was televising.
Wow, we're
there are third rate.
There are aspects of that to people that aren't in it seem sad.
No,
but there is a large part of me that's like, dude,
like heaven to me.
Dude, if something goes wrong with my marriage, that's gonna be me. That's gonna be me.
I fantasize about being a 97-year-old with a heroin addiction who grabs the Chinese food that's left over from the night before, the honey chicken,
cold.
Sits in front of the third rate at Santa Anita.
Chris Felica told me he's got a good feeling about it.
Felica's still around?
Dude, Felica, he is good for those tips in the group chat.
What do you mean, is he still around? Isn't he?
No, in your heaven where you're 97, Felica's still around.
It's not heaven if Felica's not there.
What are you talking about? My heaven is much too bare, B-A-R-E, if it doesn't have the bear in the middle of it giving off gambling advice.
Hey, it's Mike Ryan. How do you like to...
The heaven I would have is of all of my friends who died. Stratton Mitchell, Torrance, Tasia, Brooke Dooley,
a lot of great suggestions in there.
Chris Bryan Sampson, Patrick Cartwright, Patrick Raymond. These would be all my best friends. Our aunt Llewellyn, our aunt
with my family.
Nell,
It was perfect.
our great grandma
What goes good with
Bruno.
Miller time, of course. You know that's what I was getting at. I don't like debates.
So yeah, there's been a lot of my friends and family who have died, and I'll just be in tears because I get to see them again.
It's a light beer,
and I'm dead too.
Less filling at only 96.
That's when it will really hit me that I actually didn't want to die, even though I actually don't care about dying at the current moment.
It just tastes great. It tastes like Miller time. To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/Dan, or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces.
Wow.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
Sound like that game Child for a guy who's 22.
Show with the Stugatz podcast.
Why can I not get my X Factor?
We're going to get to this Wyatt Yeager in a second because he's going to speed off and flee whale breaching.
Well, that's not terrible. I think he's going back.
I know what someone who is about to dip looks like. I saw that.
Okay, well, we're accusing him of being a fleer. Let's play that video. Let's show that video again of a whale breaching in New Hampshire yesterday. Just totally horrifying. And there he is. There's Wyatt. He looks like
I just noticed Wyatt has a line in the water, and
I'm telling you, that's a U-turn. That's a U-turn there, guys.
Okay, we're going to find out from him. He will have answers. He's joining us from the same dock where he and his 16-year-old brother Colin launched their boat before the accident that we've seen here. Wyatt, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Can you take us through what happened here? How weird this was?
Yeah, this was actually crazy. So we got there. We saw this whale start making its way over, and it was feeding on those gogies, the bait fish. And it started breaching a few times, and then all of a sudden it breached up super high and hit the boat and flipped him over.
And so what was happening with the person who's on that boat? Do you know that person?
No, we didn't know them, but we went over and picked them up and talked to them.
You're a hero!
We got them.
You're a hero!
Well, there were about 5 or 10 other boats there. And
you got there first.
Why? Who was first?
Yeah.
You?
What? Sorry.
Who was there first?
We were there first.
You're the hero.
Wow, so you immediately turned around to go check on them?
Oh, wow. Tampa Bay eliminated 5 and 10.
Is this a rogue whale? Is this whale?
Their coach is about to be fired.
Honestly, looking back at the video,
that was weird. It took so long for that to pop up.
It didn't cross my mind.
No wind because it's literally an indoor. Yeah. This one is not the open and closed. It's only the closed.
I'm just scared, like what just happened.
Indoor closed because probably outdoors is probably too cold for it. Too bad too. Wow, Lamar and his Houston 5 and 10. That's
interviews right there.
That's impressive.
You don't think about yourself. You just go into heroism mode. Can you tell us the people who were on the boat? Tell us what condition they were in, how scared they were, what level of surprise they were under.
This was kind of crazy to me too.
The same number as
they were kind of laughing, like smiling, like wow, that was pretty cool. Like they were obviously a little bit shooken up because I don't think anyone can just walk away from that totally fine. But
I wouldn't be scared.
They were in good spirits.
Even if both cats, I'm not gonna be scared because I'm like, okay, what did they do?
How long were they in the water?
They said under a minute. I'd say it's hard for me to remember, but between a minute and 2 minutes, I'd say.
How did their boat was capsized, right? How did we get back, to normal?
When me and my brother were heading in, we saw a rescue team. I think they went under the boat and filled up some buoys or something and flipped it over and then towed it back in. I'm not exactly sure.
I'm just gonna roll it. Sorry, I suck.
Is the boat now fine? The boat that was capsized is now usable the next day?
Pyramid is not catching.
The motor got a little bit crushed, but other than that, the boat is pretty much perfectly fine.
You know the internet these days, there were people theorizing that, this whale exacted some revenge because they were too close to it, and there were probably signs that this whale was agitated. To you, were there any signs that this was a possibility with this whale?
No, I wouldn't say so. It was just simply, it was feeding on the fish. Looking back at it, we all could have maybe been like a little bit farther back, but we're trying.
I just love the fact that nobody calls me when anybody's gonna come over.
For other boaters,
they'd rather talk to the DJ. So am I a parasite to you? You gotta be fucking serious.
It was just a crazy mistake.
You catch anything good that day?
How they? Oh yeah. They were insane. Best I've ever had.
Whoa! What'd you get?
Wow.
I got a 49-inch striper. It's probably about 50 pounds, and then we got some other in between 35 and 45 striper.
Hell yeah. Were you pissed that this ruined your day? Like, now he's gonna take this dummy in because his boat got knocked over by a whale?
No, we could have totally gone back out 10 minutes after. We dropped him off with their friend, and we were debating it didn't ruin our day at all. We could have went back out if we wanted.
This was the best fishing day of your life?
Yeah, I caught the best fish I had.
We clinched a wild card spot.
I really caught the coolest video.
Okay, so
in order for us to clinch the division, we had to win, and the Panthers have to lose.
You remember the fishing. You are also enjoying this hero's lap that you get to take. All of a sudden, look at you doing interviews. Look at you. So you're fishing.
Yes.
You have an amazing day.
I got speed too, so.
Every fisherman wants a story like this.
Yeah, I mean,
why you hit me like that, bro?
Because everyone was okay. The whale was okay. The boat was okay. It was a pretty cool experience looking back at it. And the fishing was great. It was a good day, definitely. But I'm just glad everyone was okay.
That is an important part to say. You've got that part of the hero's interview right there. You've got it down. It's a good thing that no one was hurt here. My fishing day would have been ruined if somebody's father had died.
How many people did you send the video to before you posted it on social media?
I sent it to my family group chat. And then I sent it to...
If he's over on the crosswind, because this linebacker's going in coverage.
We tried to sell the video because the people in the boat were like, you guys should totally sell that video. So we were like looking into that. It didn't really work out. So we just...
Again, was the whole balance. Let's go.
I think someone got a hold of it.
Take me through some of the negotiations and the sad offers you got.
2 rushing touchdowns, and I got 1 minute bar back. Let's go. Kind of salty I gave up a touchdown.
Asking price.
We were lost. We had no clue anything about the whole process. We started calling up the local.
Yes, the Panthers are losing. Yes, early in the first quarter. I don't care. They're losing. If we win, we clinch the division. And they lose, we clinch the division. So win. Division is ours.
Can you tell us about the good responses that you got from some of the people you did send it to before you tried to sell it for $20?
My friends were going crazy. They were like,
I can't see the play clock, so I guess they don't have one.
They were very confused.
So they don't have a play. Oh, it's on the other side.
Yeah, when everyone was okay. It was just. Everyone's first reaction was, is everyone okay? But yeah, it was...
Gapple. Is because no one has actually died in the making of this video. Wyatt, thank you for being on with us. You're an American hero. We appreciate your work.
Thank you, Wyatt. I apologize for doubting your hero.
We apologize to you for thinking that you were immediately fleeing. You looked like you were scared. You did. You didn't look like a hero jumping into action. You looked like someone fleeing a crime.
No. Yeah, well... It's all good.
It is all good. No one was hurt in the making of this video, except for Wyatt's feelings because he tried to sell it and it was pathetic the way that all of that went.
The 150 Yamaha.
Yes, and the motor of the 150 Yamaha. Thank you, Wyatt. Appreciate the time, sir.
Are you regretting not coming up with a catchphrase afterwards? Like if you would have said Hawk Tua, you could have won millions.
Yes, you could have.
Dean picks it up. Let's go.
Honestly,
back-to-back games with a pick. Let's go.
Cool, but
doing an interview.
Looked at the camera and said, "We're having a whale today."
I'm not. I'm very happy. Because no one was hurt.
Right.
Because no one was hurt.
Exactly.
Hero.
Thank you, Wyatt.
Thank you, Wyatt.
Here's on me when you're of age.
Wyatt and LeBron both uncomfortable with praise.
Hey, it's Mike Ryan, and by now you know how much I love Game Time. It is the greatest app for the secondary ticket marketplace.
What a guy, and a tie, and nobody in the Colts can get into the zone. Full momentum bar. Let's go. Let's go.
Makes getting tickets faster and easier. Prices on the Game Time app actually go.
Whoa! Downswing, my nigga. Downswing.
Killer last minute deals, all in.
That's what she said. Yes.
So, do yourself a favor. Do what I did. Do what I routinely do. Whether it's baseball games or summer concerts.
How fit it would be the final one for the regular season at home against the Titans. I'm going to put it in my reserves because it's looking like, and I want to jinx it, but so far it's looking like we're going to clinch the division.
Your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create
and clinch the number 1 seed in the
for $20 off.
In the NFC.
Tickets.
Yeah.
Card.
The raindrops, the lemon drops, and gumdrops. What a rain that would be. Standing outside with my mouth open wide. Hey, Dean, why you here be like with the whistle, bro? Raindrops, lemon drops, and gumdrops. Oh, what a rain that would be.
This is the Elevator Show.
What the fuck? It's time for Against the Spread. Presented by your local sportsbook dealer.
That's right, it's time for
How do you get ankles broken by a tight end who is like 25 overalls lower than you?
DraftKings has to offer all throughout the show. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Tony, kick us off.
All right, guys. Well, Olympic time happening right now. Obviously, the games are started. The opening ceremony is yet to be done, so we're still trying to figure that part out. But I'm going to go into the Olympic canoeing slalom. A very important exercise. We've got...
Tony, I'm going to need your energy to be just a little quicker, a little faster here, and some of your word choices to be a little bit better.
But my boy Cook.
Adam Burgess from Great Britain. He is plus 900 in the canoeing slalom for this year. All right. We're locking in.
Adam Burgess, Great Britain, canoeing slalom race. Future day. That tournament begins on Sunday on the Sci-Fi Network at 8 a.m. Eastern.
He's a pitcher. He pitches for Tampa Bay. Yes, he does. Yeah, he's coming off a bad start. And so I looked at who he's playing today. It's Toronto Blue Jays. Last time.
Yes, sir. Dean again.
Good. All right. So.
Breaks a tackle. Spins inside the 45. Got both momentum bars activated now.
Thank you for your service.
Alright, Dan, last week on Against the Spread, me and the Blacksmiths told you pound that steel. Take Justin Steele, he can't miss, he's been hot, he's had 2 great back-to-back starts, and guess what? He missed. But you know what happens with the Blacksmiths? You miss once, on the Brewers and they're minus 1.5. Pound that steel, Justin Steele. Again.
It's the spread. And the crazy is, I've only done 10,000.
Because what happened was I didn't know Chris was going to throw it to me, and he threw it to me. I was in the canoe.
J.K. Dobbins spins, gets a block inside the 5, down around the 7.
With the Dodgers.
Bonus spread. Tyler Bass now against the Giants.
In a contract year, we cannot be betting canoeing.
It's an Olympics. What are we supposed to do? It lined up.
Where you should see is
it's also a slalom.
That's not a spread. That was a future. So you cleaned it up. Future.
No! What?
We have to do that.
Come on!
Here for DraftKings, we had
How was that? How was that a penalty?
Honor better than we just did there, stammering our way through that segment the way that you guys did.
How?
We're all right.
Yeah.
Zach Eflin.
Come on!
Boom. He's a Ray. Got that right. Boom. They're playing the Blue Jays.
The Blue Jays, though, they can't.
Come on!
Ow.
Well, apparently they can score against Zach Eflin.
Ow! Damn it! Fuck you, Karma. Fuck you.
We have not gotten to, and Zazzle, I need you to pick from these topics on the wheel. Right, we have an emotional Jim Leland. We have Greg Cody inexplicably ripping Michael Phelps yesterday. We have Taylor Walls of the Rays, the aforementioned Rays, doing a Donald Trump celebration. We have Alpha Brain, that Mike Ryan can't stop.
No, I was perfect.
His brain power.
Fuck you.
CC News, we have Lionel Messi, and we have something that Jim Harbaugh has said about Lamar Jackson. So let's spin the wheel and where it is that wheel has landed. What subject?
Oh, Greg Cody, Michael Phelps conversation. Yes, I like it.
Okay, Okay, so yesterday on the show, out of nowhere, trying to up his, notoriety after taking out Connor McDavid during the Stanley Cup final,
which was the dumbest shit in the world. And it ended up working out because the floor panels ended up winning the whole damn thing, but it still was fucking stupid as hell.
100 athletes by saying your number one athlete on that list cannot be an athlete that we care about, or actually said that we can give a shit about, that we don't give a shit about except for 2 weeks out of every 4 years.
Totally agree.
What?
I agree. That's a fair point that he
it's actually it's clear out there. So then why is the roof closed?
Michael Phelps is the greatest athlete since the year 2000. You're telling me you put Michael Phelps right here in front of me, and right here is LeBron James, and I'm supposed to go with Michael Phelps, greatest athletes? No, I don't like that at all.
More dominant, like more distance between him and the nearest competitor than whatever the distance would be between LeBron and the nearest competitor.
But here's also the thing, Michael Phelps, there's not another swimmer trying to prevent him from being great at swimming. Everything LeBron James is trying to accomplish, there are other guys trying to prevent him from doing that.
Well, all the other swimmers are trying to prevent Michael Phelps from finishing before.
Let's go. Wilson gets a sack. Let's go. Strum that guitar, baby. Strum that guitar, baby. Tim Bay has already been eliminated. Wow. Chargers are bad. Oof. I feel bad for their fans. Oh, that game was a 4-15 game. Shit. So I gotta wait. I gotta simulate this game. Yes! Wilson gets the recovery. Gets 2 blocks. Breaks a jackal. Why did I spin? Why did it make me spin? I was trying to hurdle.
Taking our interview very seriously. Do you go into the nightclub with these Kellogg's products and just drop them on the floor with your face on them?
I think we have to head to the next interview. So thank you very much for your time.
I'm mad I don't got my momentum bar or my X Factor.
I didn't even get to ask what the...
I should have got all of it. Let's get Ayuk a touchdown.
What are you calling me? Mike, you're wincing. I see you wincing there at the memory of that.
Everything's a joke to these guys. Oh, they're so irreverent.
That's how we became Zippy and the Juice.
No one respects the Olympics. By the way, can I give you guys an Olympic update? While everybody was focusing on the corruption in saber fencing, what happened on the pitch in soccer was an outrage today between Argentina and Morocco. A damn crime. Ridiculous. 16 minutes of extra time was added at the end of the game to allow Argentina to score and tie the game and have it end in a tie. Daddy needed 16 minutes of extra time. How's that possible?
I don't know how it's possible. I kept asking in the group chat because I was doing the show. Was there a water break that I missed? I didn't see a VAR. How was there 16 minutes? Also, the finishing sequence to that game was incredible.
It was 3 out of 5 booms. Boom!
You bet
he doesn't get
that they wouldn't lose?
I bet midway through the game when Argentina was down and they're the better side, I bet to tie, and then I was like, oh crap, they're going, and then I saw 15 minutes, I was like, let's go!
What?
That was Pearl Jam.
That was Zaslow's phone. You owe $5, Zaslow.
Is that gonna fly?
50 is the mic. 50 is the mic. Check. Viper 5. Ready? Go!
Pearl Jam.
That Alpha Brain.
That is so That is so on brand. Zaslow's phone playing some Pearl Jam.
Everyone stay on your man. You're locking this bad boy down.
You would fix the yellow lead better.
Speaking of the Olympics, are we going to do our draft on
oh, man, that was crazy.
Covering what sports? Because we really do. We're headed into a period here of a couple of weeks where we need to get up to date on what's happening in the Olympics. I'm selecting breakdancing. I want that to be the sport that I am covering. But how are we going to do this draft? Do we have an order on
it? Well, it started.
Yeah,
was first. Zaslow, you're next.
Yeah, apparently the guy whose name's on the show says, I'm taking this first.
That's fine. And then you can figure out how you're doing the
So I get to cover whatever sport I want.
Yes, and we'll check in with you.
Yeah. I'm going wrestling. I mean, the U.S. has got a squad. Cody Reigns, Randy Orton.
RKO.
You're going to actually be our wrestling correspondent. We're going to go for a minute of coverage. We're going to do this the way that we do the F1 minute with Jessica, that we didn't get this week, that we should have gotten yesterday.
That wasn't even the best race.
Who's picking next in our draft?
I'll go next. I'm going to take beach volleyball.
Give me track and field. Give me all the track and field coverage. You want me to be the correspondent of track and field? I'll give it to you.
Oh, man, you see that thing?
Incredible. I was going to go there.
No!
Looks like I'm
threw it to the wrong guy.
Against the spread, I'm going to take canoe.
You left canoe sprint out there, huh? That's good value.
What is canoe slalom?
You know how slalom on skis you're going through the
I'm sorry, bro.
There's obstacles. Or sprint is like...
Put Carter back in because he's in the groove right now.
To discovering some of the sports, because every year at this time, all of a sudden, someone gets handball or badminton or something where they weren't excited before, and then they see it and they're like, "Oh, that's more interesting than I thought."
Stop doing the same formation.
Man, I'm really frustrated at this board. You guys picks.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go with a light lift. I mean, how can I break down weightlifting? Well, one guy just lifted more than the other. Good for him, I guess. He didn't pee himself.
Some guy shit himself.
Yeah, so I'm going to go weightlifting.
You say that, Chris.
I'm in a group chat that follows weightlifting, so, like, I'm going to outsource the work for me.
I've told you the story before, Chris.
Change direction faster and hustle faster. Oh my God! Really?
Just knowing that it exists.
You gave up a 60-yard play? Bro, what the?
Trying to legitimize itself by buying a bunch of
the better teams
who were on
They're in the playoffs. We can't be letting that type of shit happen in the playoffs.
Yeah, because of the amount of athletics they were taking to get around the cheating, but they helped launder the money for Qatar, so it is now the giant Olympic country that you now know because they bought a bunch of Bulgarian weightlifters.
This may be
this is sickening.
Is known to cover the sport as I do, but I'm good with steroids and weightlifting more.
Put it on the poll, please, Juju, at Levitard Show. Are you more okay with steroids and weightlifting than you are in other sports with your sliding scale of moralities? I was really alarmed by the rest of them having zero interest in Pablo giving you the cheating information that an Olympic sport is totally corrupt through Putin.
He was giving you the veggies. We were giving you the French fries. Yeah, it's a dance. For everybody that wasn't into fencing and match fixing and oligarchs, we were there with the non-sex beds.
We're more worried about Pablo, to be honest. Like, he's risking it all for saber fencing. He's gonna end up getting pushed out of a window. We're like, damn, that's crazy.
That happens a lot. Yeah, I gotta fix him.
Yes, he can. He did that. He threw a 60-yard touchdown to Jameson Williams last year.
Windowsill, definitely.
He can throw the ball more than 60 yards. If you can't throw more than 60 yards as an NFL quarterback, you shouldn't be in the league, my boy.
I'm gonna end up covering. I'm gonna do trampoline.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah. That was on my list.
Is this a snake draft? Do I not go again?
You should.
Ooh, that's true.
No, I think we're just covering. I'm not covering multiple sports.
Well, why not? Two each. Did you go to Barcelona?
I'm covering breakdancing and only breakdancing.
Why? Well, does that mean you also get poppin' locks?
No!
You guys covering?
He's the guy that goes, Jesus Christ! Is he in this?
Alright, you're next.
John missed it.
Just doing
no,
it's a snake. No, it's a snake. Final pick.
Yeah.
Stugatz isn't here.
I'm gonna go flag football.
It's on the Olympic. We got this from Olympics.com, not to do a Stugatz.
It's not till 2026.
It's an Olympic sport, but not in this one, so I'm sorry.
All right. Well, then I'm obviously going to go with modern pentathlon.
Okay.
That goes without saying.
I know what that is.
What?
Damn. Well, I mean, there's regular and then there's modern. I'm doing modern.
There's old-fashioned
modern. I'm more of a Greco-Roman pentathlon.
Don't ask me about the regular, because I'm only going to do modern.
Yeah. I'm going to go with equestrian. Well, what happened to the snake draft?
Who the fuck cares about snake drafts?
Yeah, but Dan gave up his second.
You better be serious about this. If there's a breaking competition that you're not on, I'm going to be really disappointed considering you had first pick.
I'm going with my second pick, artistic swimming.
Wow, I can't believe you guys left me rhythmic gymnastics, but you did.
What is artistic swimming?
You got it. He's gonna find out. Think about what artistic swimming is.
It's like a 1940s musical.
Synchronized swimming?
No, it
is synchronized. It better be.
No.
If you want to do not call it synchronized.
Artistic, yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing rhythmic gymnastics, which I hope is like a rhythm.
I like my two sports.
Are you guys aware that I've tried to do synchronized swimming with the U.S. women's team?
What does that mean?
That I have been in a pool in Atlanta while they were doing what they were doing, and I was trying to do it with them.
Invited or as a creeper? You just saw them when you dove and jumped in the pool.
I saw a video of a dude doing that. I saw a video of a dude doing that at Montreal Canadiens practice. He just hopped on the rink and took a couple shots at Jose Theodore.
I was overcome with inspiration. I was just walking by to the commissary and I saw that they were practicing, and I'm like, I'll join whether I'm invited or not. And I just put on, my Speedo and ran out.
Do you think it's like a Rookie of the Year situation?
Who the hell is that?
Incredible.
I assure you that's not what it was. I actually did. Was that a snort sound that I heard? I actually kicked one of the girls in the face accidentally while trying to execute a spin. Yeah, that happened. Billy, what is the second sport you're taking?
I think I'm going to do sport climbing.
What is that?
That's sport climbing. Rock climbing.
Oh, it's more
I think it's speed.
I like him. Big fan of his.
You guys have no idea the sports you're selecting.
Well, this is also like a cultural. Yeah, this is a cultural exchange. We're in this to learn.
So you're going to teach us over the course of coming weeks, like I'm going to teach you about breakdance.
B-boys and B-girls.
Okay.
And there's still, you get another one, Dan. There's still more sports where Jess pick a couple. Like we'll let my dad pick a couple. So
yeah, because this went really well.
I didn't feel like it did. It was something that I regretted almost immediately after we started.
Why did you say that? I'm only having one.
Inside the 10.
Freestyle, Dan.
Because
it's like
I'm
the break dancing of
multiple. I'm not going to follow multiple sports here because I'm not.
Putting you down for boxing. You have a good experience with that. I'm putting you down. Dan Sugar. Cubans are good at that historically.
I'm good at sugar. That I am good at.
Yes.
If you're a pet parent like me, you know about Chewy.
Great time, baby. Great time.
Happy and healthy, they are not messing
Let's
around.
try it.
Chewy has over 100,000 products from all the brands that Willow loves at prices that I love. Food, treats, beds, you name it. And it gets shipped directly to your door in 1 to 2 days. Whenever I bring Willow to work at the Levitard show, I have to bring some of her favorite toys and treats with her. She loves treats,
just
lamb hearts,
drill it out of the end zone.
and Chewy has all of it. It's so easy to shop on Chewy. You just search through. There are thousands of products, find what your dog likes, and then you can auto ship it, which is a huge time saver, and it gives you peace of mind that if you need some food or treats last minute, it'll be there in a couple days. Chewy has everything you need to keep your pet happy and healthy. And right now, you can save $20 on your first order and get free shipping by going to chewy.com/Dan. That's chewy.com/Dan to save $20 on your first order with free shipping. Chewy.com/Dan. Minimum purchase required. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply. See site for complete details.
Levitard. He said while you were off there, while the connection was bad, he had mentioned that you have lost a lot of weight and that he admires that. What got into you? Why did you decide? I thought it was all. I thought we enjoyed being about the munching.
Yeah.
Oh, it's blurring again. Okay, the connection is bad again, unfortunately.
Back to Magnus.
Okay, back to Magnus for Magnus. And this is going about as well as it could go. Thank you, Billy, again for laughing in my face. Spugats. Magnus. Can you guys hear me? Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, sir, action.
Hello?
Action.
Man, I'm really sorry. This is literally the worst way to ever do this. This is burning my heart that this is happening, but if you could hear me, just understand I'm sorry.
This is the Dan Levitard Show with the Stuckats.
I don't know who that was, but I don't think that person is with us anymore. I've never heard anything about him since.
On what it is that's actually going on with Messi and Inter Miami. Mike Ryan continues to be interested in this soccer team for a lot of different reasons that don't have to do with Messi. You're a season ticket holder.
I am. I'm an inaugural season ticket holder in Miami. Yes, I'm taking a bath this last week because I sell all my tickets. I don't go to the games. I don't want to go to the games. I want to make that money. Matter of fact, I have a friend who I used to split the tickets with. He didn't want to do it with me again this year because the ticket price went up so much. Mike Ryan knows about that. But I'm like, nah, I'm in it to win it. I want to make some money here. And I would sell all the tickets for $2, $3, sometimes
times, 4 times the amount. I sent my buddy a gif of the $1 Million Man laughing.
We were covering this here for the Olympics. Who?
Well, so now the last week, I can't get. You don't know the $1 Million Man?
What are you laughing about?
Come on, everybody's got Price.
He's so rich. He's so much richer.
He got $1 million.
He's so much richer than everybody that he just laughs at people because he has more money than they do.
Everybody's got Price. So I haven't been able to sell my tickets recently.
What
I had to
the
go last
hell?
week. I didn't want to go. I had to go. And so, yeah. Well, that's the whole point. Is that's why I can't give them away. So, yeah.
Well, they're playing really well. I know people want to see Messi. There's plenty of stars on the team. This team seems to be really, really, really good. They're running away with the supporters.
So why won't anyone buy my tickets?
Well, because they want to see Messi. That's the draw. But they begin the Leagues Cup, which I know a lot of people poked holes in how much it meant because it was an inaugural version of the competition. For people like me that follow both Liga MX and
I'm tired of all these damn ads.
Competition where you get to see all these matchups and see who goes head to head. But I do think that Inter Miami have really navigated this Messi season.
Oh, now they're hiring again.
It's because their manager, Tata Martino, has shown he came into the league with quite the pedigree, having succeeded within the league, but also abroad. And he knows how to navigate seasons that have a lot of cup competitions, and you're seeing just that. Inter Miami is super deep. Zaz is a season ticket holder, and he literally got up and left while I was speaking.
He did, and he said...
By the sea.
He said moments ago, I had to go to an Inter Miami game as if he was obligated, and then seconds later, he had to go.
Yeah.
He left the room in the middle of what it is that we're doing.
He hit us with, I gotta jump on a meeting.
Yeah, I'm going to my first Inter Miami match of the season on Saturday. I'm not paying for it. MLS is inviting me, but I'm going to get to see what my old seats look like now, and it'll be kind of sad. Sorry. I'm excited for this competition, and I don't know how many people will watch it without Messi in it, because it did feel like an event last year. I do feel like people were...
Oh my god, how many damn ads are there?
To see Messi in that shirt for the first time, but it's a damn good competition.
Is there any particular reason that you made the distinction of I didn't pay for tickets, I didn't do anything?
The tickets are really expensive.
Other than get invited by MLS.
Yeah, because I stopped being a season ticket holder.
What the fuck? I just deleted these damn things.
It'd be weird if
what the hell, man?
Bought tickets again.
Why does it keep doing this?
Gmail,
fix your ass!
These games for the seats that I got used to. I don't want to pal around in the upper deck with
So
those.
you were really making a distinction in the event that someone
damn, now I've got like 150
consistency of
in
you
my
got
trash.
priced out on tickets. You decided to not support the franchise anymore with your dollars because you were priced out, and you were basically filing that as a countermeasure against future criticism for going to a game.
I'm not sure how much criticism I would get. I genuinely don't think people care at all. Certainly in this office about Inter Miami, but it's legit. I got priced out. I'm sad.
No, Packers, what the hell?
Team was like Zaz, a founding season. The first time I was changing my baby, I fielded a call from a ticket rep, and I'm like, I'll be with you in 1 second. These tickets are really important to me because I think Messi's going to be here. So I'm bummed that I'm not a season ticket holder anymore and that I got priced out, but I'm happy that the team is still winning and navigating this Messi injury quite well.
Do you have the group? Do you have an opinion on the local sports fan who buys tickets the way Stugatz bought tickets to the 2010 Miami Heat, only with the intention of profiting off of every ticket and with no intention whatsoever at any point of going to the game, so much so that he just spat at us a form of I had to go to the game as if he was given some sort of incarceration
I'm just so much because this is such a much better tie-in to Game Time than grilling. Really had to reach for that one.
Tony,
yes!
A lot of support.
Cardi's in the zone!
Better grilling experience, propane or charcoal, because while I am
no
idea of a cook, I was just under the certainty that charcoal was better. But a lot of people are agreeing with you, Tony, that the grill is indeed a dad purchase.
Thank you.
You're not, Billy, I'm sorry.
It's a dad purchase after you already, it's after you already have children. It's not you wouldn't say I made a dad purchase
purchased before your child was born. It's a barbecue while you're still trying to get your child.
It's a griddle. It's not a barbecue. It's a griddle.
It's a plancha.
No, anything could be anything. I can have a dad purchase be a grill. What does it matter to you?
Kind of surprised you didn't go with judo or karate for your draft picks. Like, don't you cover MMA?
Yeah,
it's one of the A's in MMA.
No, it's not.
It's one of the M and A's.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually all three.
It's not one of the R's.
You can mix them all up. You gotta know them all up.
But these are like it's like a deconstructed mixed martial art.
It's weird. After taking Alpha Brain, I have the sudden urge to watch judo.
A sudden urge? I don't think you'll like judo very much as a visual experience.
Oh, well, I'm familiar. I like the meme of the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu guy when someone breaks into his house. I like that where he's already on his back.
What a dot and a toddy. That is what you call dot baby.
Brand that wasn't.
And I whipped down the field with a blur.
It's not his endorsed. It's his.
It's his. It's his company. Yeah. And I've already purchased one of his jeans after seeing him kick a heavy punching bag with it. I'm like, wow, those jeans look incredible if I ever learn how to kick like that. And now that I'm on Alpha Brain, I actually think I might be able to kick like that and also shrink maybe 1.5 feet.
How's the Alpha Brain experience going for you?
So the first day that I took it, I actually felt kind of foggy. But then I realized I was on the boat all day doing some day drinking, getting a lot of sun the previous day, so that might have been it. The second day I was trying it, I felt like I had a decent day on the show. I was saying words and not just stumbling over myself. I picked up my daughter, I started cooking food, I made an incredible meal, I was putting clothes away, and I called my grandma in a moment that I 100% would have forgotten to call her in, and I was doing all these things at the exact same time. I realized this is probably the Alpha Brain. So yesterday I played sports for the first time on Alpha Brain. Guys, this should be illegal. My reaction time was that of a cat. A 39-year-old cat. What a cat. Much better than creaky old Mike that can't actually get around to certain things. Actually stopped like a 4-game losing streak out there. I'm the oldest guy in my game by like a good 8 years.
After 3 days, you have felt the effects. This sounds like a paid advertisement. This sounds like an endorsement for
I'm about to buy it right now.
Joe Rogan's
Alpha Brain. And also, have you even considered that the Biden ticket should be, it's a little bit fraudulent. A lot of people donated to Joe Biden and not
I picked it up, but it was out of bounds.
I've been told that Pete Rose
Wait, did you actually catch that?
And he's next.
Hey, it's Mike Ryan, and by now you know how much I love Game Time. It is the greatest app for the secondary ticket marketplace that I've ever come across. I was recently in Chicago, a Major League Baseball mecca, and I found incredible tickets on the Game Time app, which makes getting tickets faster.
Oh, I picked it off, but my feet were clearly out of bounds.
Closer that it gets to first.
That is amazing.
Last minute deals, all in prices, and views from your seat. Don't forget their lowest price guarantee. Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying tickets.
40 seconds to go. And if I got enough time, I can throw it up to the end zone with dots.
Where all the big names
Cause day, I'm gonna do the lob pass.
Game Time app.
I'm not doing the high ball, I'm gonna do the lob pass.
Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code DAN for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code DAN for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Yeah, shit.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
How far was that? Let's see. I lost 17 seconds.
College students get 50% off Walmart Plus memberships, so you can get things like Takis, lab notebooks, and socks delivered straight to your dorm. Deal ends September 13th, so join now. Walmart Plus. Free delivery on college essentials. $35 minimum for free delivery for eligible college and grad students. Ends 9/13/24. See terms. Subject to change.
In Russia, for example, but just here in the United States. Well, the 19 suicide bombers overstayed visas from spawn. Found is like that. What's your best?
Hit Rose! Hit King! Pete! Pete, you got me? Hello?
Yes, I gotta just throw it up.
$20 for an autograph.
But that doesn't mean that all of them came in, illegally or anything like that.
Pete, you got me? Pete!
Pimlico.
Charlie Hustle.
Hawaii football.
High school football games all across the country at the same hour.
Oh! I'm still in the zone. Makes 3.
6.5 point tees.
How likely is such a scenario? Well, what you're describing would require, of course, a lot of coordination. But what I will tell you, and I think you're on to a particularly important point from my perspective, which is
Ellie De La Cruz.
Unlike left back, which
Chris Sabo.
Responded, they have not left.
Austin Kearns.
Pete, you got it?
William O'Payne.
Pete, you got me? Pete Rose.
Scott Roller.
But
Pete.
What we're seeing,
Bronson Arroyo's leg kick.
Huh? Ow. Sorry?
Pete Sanders.
Not sponsored, by the way. Yeah.
Al Morris.
I need people to watch my videos. I only got 180 people to watch hours, man.
Charlie Hustle.
Hey, D. Am I a psychopath? Not because I feel like I'm always angry all the time, but I never really got a chance to find somewhere that I can actually fully use my head.
I'm talking to you.
But I've never found places that I could actually use it for like release.
Yeah, actually, I'm not bothered.
Games are in our country.
No, not really.
Hello, sir.
I do drink too much, apparently.
Pete, you got us?
But I think it's because of me. I feel like
Nigga, I got way more hard
no, I feel like it was all because of me. Because I never played computer as a child, and I was always worried about games.
I had other friends.
Gotcha. Hello?
Oh, he can't hear us.
Okay.
Danny, you said he could hear us.
The minute you ain't want to make me, I found other people here. Or I play by myself. I can't play by myself.
It's a lot of gang violence.
Yeah, sometimes I prefer to do shit by myself.
Try turning the TV up a little.
I don't know, shit. I got unhealthy habits for damn self. I can't help it.
Might be myself, but
I'm just asking because I'm just wondering. I'm just worried because I'm always angry.
Hello, sir.
I'm angry all the time too. That's why my fucking heart throbs so much.
Hello.
So angry one day I'm wake up and have fucking
Charlie Hustle in the matter of
Please
Pete
don't. I don't want you to
Rose.
say
It's
that.
HBO's original docu-series. First 2
Because it's
episodes
like I'll feel
premiere on
guilty of
HBO
it, that's
tonight,
all.
9 p.m. Eastern. The last 2 episodes air tomorrow, and all 4 hours will be available on Max starting later today. That was Pete Rose, our exclusive interview. This was his first interview about that documentary. Thank you, Pete.
Gosh, I must have high.
There wasn't information known yet at the time.
Oh. Hey, it's Mike Ryan. How do you like to grill your barbecue? Tell me. I'll be quiet. I'll stand back. I'll listen.
Shut up. Mission accomplished. Yeah, I think they was able to play the game today, but let's see about ESPN Radio. It's been a while. It's been a couple of hours.
Asking for a base hit.
God.
Johnston scores on a little flare by Codine.
I'll eat up some pizza and I'll order it.
That is his 51st RBI in 87 games. And it gives the Shrimp a 1-0 lead.
Let's go, Jumbo Shrimp! My Marlins need something good. I mean, shit, we're bad. I mean, shit, we are bad.
Catcher Bennett Hostetler is the bat at bat, and the pitch to him is high and away. In Davidson's one prior appearance against Jacksonville this year was a 2-inning release. Back in mid-April, he did not allow a run, only needed 10 pitches to throw 2 innings. Toss on to first to dive back.
Wow, what a dot that was. Ayuk, I'm going to you. Yes, yes. No, that was Ansari.
Tops on the active roster.
That was Ansari.
OPS as well. Condensed by Hostetler, 1-1.
Oh my God. The Duke Downs is weak as hell. 2-7 in the Delays.
You hear from Harbor Park. AJ Reserve is our radio producer and engineer on the 94.1 side. Our Times video crew on hand. James Castro directing. Chantel Coops, our producer. Eric Manili is our engineer tonight. On the cameras, Sydney Post, Dennis Castro, David Clark, and Joe Donnelly.
Basically, same thing. We just switch sides.
Mason Mike Kodai makes it a 1-0 lead for Jacksonville as we head to the bottom half of the fourth inning. By the way, speaking of our Times video crew, want to pass along best wishes and a speedy recovery to Jody Cox, our director of video operations. Jody undergoing some surgery. We understand resting comfortably at an area hospital. Don't know if he's watching tonight, but there he is. Jody, we're all thinking about you.
Jody Cox, thinking about you, bro.
To see you back here at Harbor Park in the days ahead.
Please come back. Hardy. Come on, come on, come on. No! Damn it! It's not gonna get back in the zone again. Damn it! And the Panthers are winning. Fuck! Damn it! That was not what I wanted. I was in a groove. Fuck yeah. And Davenport is trying. Stop with the other quality Jennings!
Step into a realm of masterpieces in motion. Beyond Monet. From the producers of Beyond Van Gogh comes a new captivating journey. Join us in celebrating the artistic genius of Claude Monet. Coming to Virginia Beach for a limited time only. Get your tickets now.
Oh, I nearly picked it up again.
At select dates and times. Tickets available now. Don't miss out. The Scott Jackson Show, tomorrow afternoon at 3 on WVSP-FM HD1 Yorktown. Progress Auto Sports Radio 94.1. Kobe Bale leads off the fourth inning for the Tides. You're down by a run. And Sean Anderson, the right-hander, fires in a fastball for strike one. Well, the opening game, the Tides were down.
No. Fuck!
Absolutely held in check by the starting pitcher, Darren McCacken. It was only after McCacken left the game that the Tides, with a pair of 3-run home runs, and grew to a 6-5 win.
innocent.